Chapter 758. If you don't want it, then the golden bell is mine. A fiery, red figure flew out. It was Dongfang Phoenix. She did not care about the battle between Lin Xian and Zhou Su. In her opinion, getting the golden bell was the most important thing. However, as soon as she moved, a five-colored light blocked her way like a meteor. The next moment, a beautiful woman in white appeared and blocked her way. What do you mean by this? Dongfang Phoenix had a fiery temper. When she saw someone blocking her way, she immediately shouted, "It's very simple. You can't go over." Morong Qingqing said calmly, "Are you trying to stop me?" Dongfang Phoenix glared. Flames surged out of her body and jumped. A fiery red whip condensed in her hand. It coiled around her like a snake. "If you think so, then there's nothing I can do." Morong Qingqing said in a low voice, "I'm not targeting you. It's just that before the battle between the two of them is over, no one can go over." Morong Qingqing did not have much interest in this conference. To be honest, although the king's stone statue was tempting, it was not a fatal temptation for her. She came from the House of Kings. However, unlike Xin Yaotian, she was not an ordinary disciple. She was like a princess in her family. Therefore, although she was young, her identity was special. She could come into contact with the core of her family, including some of the king's inheritances. Moreover, due to her bloodline, she could not cultivate other inheritances. In other words, Morong Qingqing did not care much about this freshman conference. The only person she cared about was Lin Xian. Since Lin Xian wanted the king's stone statue, she would do her best to help him. Hearing Morong Qingqing's firm words, Dongfang Phoenix's face turned cold. The flames on her body jumped as if she was going to attack at any time. How dare this person block her? How hateful! Moreover, what made her even angrier was that this person was not as good as her in terms of appearance, figure, or strength. As a woman, she was naturally repelled. Therefore, the atmosphere between the two was very tense. A fight could break out at any time. Seeing Morong Qingqing block Dongfang Phoenix, the others were also surprised. However, their eyes soon became fiery. Now that the strongest few of them had been pinned down, their chance had come. Especially Xin Yaotian. Although he was a disciple of the House of Kings, he was only a branch disciple and did not have access to the core things. This was his chance to obtain the king's inheritance. With a flicker of his body, he dashed out with 108 rings like a god of war in space. Haha, then I'll go first. Boom! Shocking saber light flashed like a divine chain, cutting through the sky, slashing toward Xin Yaotian. Xin Yaotian's expression changed greatly. His body kept moving, and only then did he manage to dodge this attack. Then, his face darkened as he stared at Shao Li. "What do you mean?" "Stay. Shao Li, SSS, do you want to die?" Shen Yaotian was infuriated. This was a great opportunity. Whoever blocked him would be his enemy. Thus, he roared angrily and threw out a punch. Furthermore, his figure quickly rushed out. "Humph!" Shao Li snorted. He raised his sword Qi and fought with Shen Yaotian. The people below were stunned. They did not expect the two of them to fight first. Morong Qingqing stared at the last person. However, to her surprise, the young man named Lan Bai did not make a move. Instead, he sat aside and watched the show. Zhou Su looked around and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that no one was running toward the golden bell. In this way, he could deal with Lin Xian with all his strength. "Kid, let me have some fun with you." Zhou Su sneered. Then he took a step forward. Spiritual power gushed out of his body like an erupting volcano. He held the blue sword and slashed it down. The sword Qi was sharp and cold. It was like a peerless divine weapon that made people's hearts tremble. The sword Qi slashed directly at Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian also drew his sword to counterattack. The sword Qi was like a rainbow. It carried a scorching heat like a fire dragon. It was extremely violent and rushed forward. Bang! The two swords collided. The sound of the collision split the air, and the terrifying energy swept in all directions. This time, the two of them were evenly matched. They both took a step back. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Zhou Su looked down at Lin Xian with a cold expression. However, you're not strong enough to fight me. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a look of disdain. The next moment, a shocking aura burst out from his body. It was as if a peerless beast had awakened. The majestic spiritual power formed a shocking light beam that shattered the clouds in the sky. This is a second heaven venerable. Below, the people around were shocked. Even the seniors were surprised. They did not expect a freshman to reach the second heaven venerable. Even the seniors would need a few years to do so. Above the clouds, the two elders and tutors were also slightly surprised when they saw this scene. Not bad. He's already at the second heaven venerable. His future achievements will be limitless. I wonder how the first kid who rushed out will fare? If he doesn't have any special means, he'll probably lose. The two elders whispered to each other. Do you really think that I'm the same as you? Zhou Su laughed disdainfully. I've already reached the second heaven venerable. In front of me, you're just a useless ant. Zhou Su was like a high and mighty god looking down at Lin Xian. Materialized sword qi surged from his body, forming a sword qi domain that enveloped the surroundings. What trump cards do you have? You'd better use them quickly. Otherwise, you won't have a chance when I attack. Zhou Su strolled in the air as if he did not care about Lin Xian at all. Second heaven venerable. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He did not expect Zhou Su to have such a cultivation. To be honest, he was a little surprised, but it was still within his acceptable range. Moreover, it would be abnormal if Zhou Su did not have any trump cards. Second heaven venerable? Lin Xian's lips curled up. Ever since he broke through, he had not really fought. This was a good opportunity. Let me see how strong you are as a second heaven venerable. Lin Xian looked ahead, his battle intent rising. You overestimate yourself. Zhou Su sneered disdainfully, then slashed out with his sword. This sword was several times more powerful than the previous one. There were 9 venerable realms, and the gap between each venerable realm was huge. Without special means, it was impossible to fight against someone of a higher level. Everyone was paying attention, especially those from the Dragon Sword Pavilion. They were extremely nervous. Brother Xian will definitely win. Wang Li and the others clenched their fists and said. The freshmen at the side sneered and shook their heads. Could he win? What a joke. His opponent was a second heaven venerable. Even if you have a trump card, does it mean that your opponent doesn't? This battle would definitely be one-sided. Apart from the Dragon Sword Pavilion and Murong Qingcheng, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. In the void, sword qi whistled, shattering everything. It tore the void apart and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he did not dodge. Instead, he charged forward with his sword in hand. Chapter 759. In the face of Zhou Su's powerful attack, Lin Xian charged forward with his sword. You overestimate yourself. Zhou Su sneered. Everyone below was also shocked and secretly sighed at Lin Xian's unwise decision. At this time, the best way was to dodge and use his movement technique to fight with his opponent. After all, there was a difference of a small realm between them. Moreover, it was a small realm in the Venerable Realm. The gap between them was not small. However, Lin Xian's decision was beyond everyone's expectations. Buzz! The wind shadow sword slashed upwards, turning into a flaming sword that burned fiercely. The terrifying aura caused the void to distort. Clang! The two swords collided like water and fire, emitting a sizzling sound. Countless white mist rose and surged in all directions. Energy overflowed and cut terrifying cracks in the ground. What he blocked it? Everyone was shocked because Lin Xian was not sent flying as they had imagined. Instead, he blocked Zhou Su's sword. Damn brat! Zhou Su's expression was ugly. Although he did not use his full strength, it was not something a first-level venerable could block. It seemed that his opponent's strength was above his expectations. However, this was more interesting. Very good. It seems that I underestimated you. Zhou Su smiled evilly. However, I only used 70% of my strength just now. Next, I will use 90% of my strength. What? Zhou Su only used 70% of his strength. Everyone was shocked. No wonder Lin Xian could block it. It turned out that he did not use his full strength. I knew it. How could a first-level venerable fight against a second-level venerable? Hearing Zhou Su's words, Lin Xian also smiled. He stared at his opponent and said slowly, "Is that so? But I only used half of my strength. It seems that you're really weak." What half of his strength? Everyone exclaimed. That's impossible. Bragging, he must be bragging. No matter how powerful a first-level venerable is, it's impossible for him to block a second-level venerable with half of his strength. That's right, it's too fake. No one will believe it. No one believed it. But the people of Dragon's Sword Pavilion all cheered. Originally, they were still worried, but now that they heard Lin Xian's words, they were relieved again. Lin Xian's words couldn't be wrong. Half. Zhou Su stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. His voice was filled with disdain. Brat, you really dare to say that? Half? I think you've been overwhelmed by your inferiority complex. Let me help you clear your head. Flying waterfall slash. With a thrust of his sword, the azure waterfall surged and rolled towards Lin Xian. The sky was covered, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Die! Zhou Su laughed nastily. He had used 90% of his strength in this strike. Sword of Summer, Raging Inferno. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he stabbed his sword into the sky. Whoa! Countless flames flickered, condensing into a flame sword that slashed out. Immediately, the sea of fire spread out and covered the entire sky. It dyed the entire area red. In the sky, the two forces of opposite attributes collided, and a terrifying shockwave burst forth, tearing the sky apart. Boom! The sound of thunder surged, and energy spread out. The sky was a terrifying scene. The freshmen below were scared, and all of them retreated. Tempest wings. A pair of tempest wings appeared on Lin Xian's back. His figure flashed and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhou Su. The long sword in his hand was like a gust of wind, piercing out countless rays of sword light that enveloped Zhou Su. The sword light carried a chilling, murderous aura that condensed the air between heaven and earth. You're courting death. Zhou Su was furious. He no longer had his previous calmness. He had used 90% of his strength, but he still could not take down his opponent. Instead, his opponent had attacked him. This was a disgrace to him. His body swayed, and Zhou Su drew out a brilliant afterimage in the air, dodging Lin Xian's sword-light attack. Then he slashed out with his sword. A white ray of sword light flew out, emitting a terrifying aura. 100-meter long, white tiger shadow condensed around it. Boom! This strike was even more powerful and terrifying. Before the sword arrived, its aura was already enough to make countless people tremble. What is that? It's so terrifying. The crowd below was shocked. The seniors in the distance also frowned. The white tiger is used for killing. That's a killing sword. What a strong killing intent. Above the clouds, a few elders and mentors were also paying close attention. Humph, you should be proud to die under my white tiger killing sword. Zhou Su's expression was cold. Killing intent surged from his body, forming a materialized white tiger shadow. Killing intent? Lin Xian looked at the white tiger sword that was pouncing toward him, and the smile on his face became even wider. You want to compete with me in killing intent? In the next moment, he sheathed the wind shadow sword. He clenched his hand, and a blood-red long sword quickly appeared. Killing sword. As soon as the blood-red long sword appeared, a terrifying killing intent immediately spread out, accompanied by a bloody smell. The terrifying killing intent seemed to have come from hell and was about to tear the 9 heavens apart. What? This killing intent? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a killing attack, and his aura seemed to be even stronger. These 2 guys should be the 2 strongest among this batch of freshmen. The seniors' eyes flickered. However, the elders above the clouds narrowed their eyes. Interesting. These 2 guys are not bad. Your killing intent is too weak. Lin Xian said in a low voice, then slashed out with his sword. Whoosh! The sword of slaughter whistled as it slashed out. Blood-colored sword chi shot out. Countless blood seas and stone mountains appeared around the sword chi, like a Jura from hell. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! The killing sword and the white tiger sword collided, producing a sonorous sound. The tiger roared, and a sea of blood filled the sky. The 2 forces collided, causing the entire sky to tremble. Kill! Lin Xian shouted angrily again. He raised his sword, and blood-red sword light surrounded his body, making him look like a killing god from hell. Boom! 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 Lin Xian slashed out dozens of times at once. The terrifying sword chi was like a blood-red river, surrounding Zhou Su and drowning him. Zhou Su shouted angrily, and his aura rose again. At the same time, a white tiger appeared behind him, roaring at the sky. The terrifying sound was like a wave, shattering the surrounding blood-red sword chi. Brett, you've angered me. The white tiger behind Zhou Su blasted away all the blood-red sword chi, and then stared coldly at Lin Xian. This time I'll go all out. White tiger martial soul. I didn't expect it to be the white tiger martial soul. Everyone exclaimed. No wonder his killing intent was so strong. Zhou Su had already used his martial soul, and it seemed like he was going to go all out. They wondered what Lin Xian's martial soul was. Many people were curious. They knew that Lin Xian was strong, but they had never seen Lin Xian condense his martial soul. White tiger kill. Zhou Su raised his hand and slashed out with the white tiger around him. The sword chi was 1,000 meters long, and it pressed down in all directions. This slash was too powerful, as if a white tiger was galloping in the void. Even a martial artist of the same level would not be able to withstand it. There was no other way. Condensing one's martial soul would allow one's combat strength to reach its peak, and Zhou Su was currently in this state. Lin Xian did not condense his martial soul. He only held the killing sword tightly and slashed out 18 times in a row. Chapter 760. Lin Xian held the sword of slaughter in his hand and slashed out 18 times in a row. The 18 streaks of sword chi formed a blood-red sword diagram that enveloped the surroundings. Boom! The white tiger sword chi collided with the blood-red sword diagram, creating a shocking collision. Both of their attacks were extremely powerful, and the impact of the collision was even more terrifying. Many people below could not withstand the killing intent and retreated with pale faces. How terrifying! The new students were shocked. The aura just now had almost killed them, but that was only the aftermath. One could imagine what kind of impact the 2 people in the middle of the battlefield had to endure. Blood-red sword chi surged around Lin Xian like 18 heavenly pillars that surrounded him and protected him. Zhou Su had the white tiger beside him and was filled with killing intent. What? He blocked it. Zhou Su's pupils constricted. He realized that Lin Xian's blood-red sword diagram had blocked his white tiger sword chi. That was unbelievable. Could it be that Lin Xian could really contend with him? Zhou Su's face darkened and became very ugly. If they were in the same realm, it would be fine, but Lin Xian was only a first-level venerable, one realm lower than him. However, the two of them were tied. Didn't that mean that he was inferior to Lin Xian? Zhou Su's face darkened at that thought. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his body was filled with killing intent. Beside him, the white tiger martial soul became more condensed, as if it was really a ferocious beast. Looks like I can only use that move. Zhou Su's expression was solemn, as if he had made a decision. In the next moment, he took a step forward and merged with the white tiger martial soul beside him. A dazzling light exploded in the sky. The light was even stronger than the sun, and it was so blinding that everyone could not open their eyes. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. His gaze was like a sword that pierced through the void as he looked ahead. Then he frowned slightly. The white light in front of him gradually disappeared, and a powerful force erupted like a tsunami, sweeping through the world. Everyone was shocked. Zhou Su's aura seemed to have become stronger. In the distance, the senior students also had solemn expressions. This kid has so many trump cards. He actually merged with his martial soul. That Lin Xian is even more powerful. It seems that he hasn't condensed his martial soul yet. A few senior students discussed in low voices, and there was even a trace of fear in their expressions. This was because the strength displayed by Lin Xian and Yi Zichen was not weaker than theirs. In fact, they had even surpassed many of the older students. In the sky, the white light dissipated, and Zhou Su's figure appeared. He had a head of black hair and stood in the void. His body was covered in a layer of white tiger armor. It was dazzling and radiated a sharp aura. Not only that, but the azure long sword in his hand also changed its appearance. It turned into the white tiger killing sword, emitting a cold light. This time, let's see how you block it. Zhou Su let out a ferocious roar. His body flickered, and he instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. So fast! Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The wind and thunder wings on his back turned into a streak of wind and thunder as he dodged quickly. However, Zhou Su, who had fused with the white tiger martial soul, was too powerful. His speed was extremely fast, and he was practically flying right next to Lin Xian. Die! He slashed out with his sword, and the white tiger's roar shook the forest, causing the demonic beasts in the distance to tremble. This sword was powerful and heavy, and it was filled with murderous intent as it slashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his sword to block, but there was a loud bang as he was forced back. Whoosh! He slid a few hundred meters in the air before he stopped. The killing sword in his hand had also become a little dim. Your strength has increased by a lot. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Su and frowned slightly. The crowd below exclaimed, "He's been forced back." Lin Xian's strength was obvious to all, but he was forced back now. This was enough to show how terrifying Zhou Su was. Brat, this time, I won't give you any chance. Zhou Su let out a sinister laugh and charged out again. Boom! 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 He was like a ghost as he flew quickly in the air. The white tiger killing sword in his hand was even more frenzied, forcing Lin Xian to retreat every time. Ha ha ha, brat! How are you going to fight me? Boom! It was another terrifying attack. The white tiger killing sword emitted a dazzling white light as if it had been possessed by a ferocious white tiger. It directly bit the killing sword in Lin Xian's hand into pieces. Lin Xian was also forced back by this huge force. His entire arm was buzzing and numb. Brat, use your martial soul. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. Zhou Su held the white tiger killing sword in his hand and pointed it at Lin Xian. To deal with you, I have to use my martial soul. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and formed the killing sword again. It's useless. Don't overestimate yourself. Zhou Su sneered when he saw Lin Xian forming the killing sword again. If I can break it once, I can break it a second time. If you don't use your martial soul, you won't have any chance to fight back. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. He held the killing sword in his right hand and formed it again. Black gas surged and quickly formed a pitch-black sword. The sword of Nirvana. The pitch-black sword was like a sword of death, exuding an aura of death. With both swords in his hands, Lin Xian looked like the Grim Reaper. The red and black swords flashed in his hands, and two forces surrounded him. What's that? Seeing the pitch-black sword, the people below were shocked again. The aura of death made them feel very uncomfortable, as if the vitality in their bodies was disappearing. What a strange power! Even the seniors were shocked. This brat has so many trump cards. Above the clouds, the sage-like elder stroked his beard. This brat is not simple. Elder Hua narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Xian curiously. In the sky, Zhou Su frowned. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a deathly power. That strange aura made him feel uncomfortable. I can't wait any longer. Otherwise, who knows what other strange things that brat has. Zhou Su's face darkened. His body swayed and he attacked again. I've had enough. Let's end this. The white tiger killing sword surged, and a terrifying sword chi slashed down. The brilliant light shattered part of the sky. Sword of solitude. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stabbed out with the sword of solitude. The black sword chi surged into the sky like the river Styx. Sizzle! There was no earth-shattering explosion. The black sword chi hit the white tiger-killing sword and kept rolling, releasing a deathly power to wear down the white tiger-killing sword. In an instant, the white tiger sword chi dimmed as if its power had been drained. How strange! Zhou Su was shocked. His opponent's sword chi could wear down and weaken his power. It was impossible to guard against. Destroy! He snorted coldly. His spiritual power surged and poured into the white tiger-killing sword. Suddenly, the dimmed white tiger-killing sword shone again and broke the black sword chi. It's useless. No matter how strange your techniques are, everything is futile in front of absolute power. Zhou Su's expression was cold, like the Grim Reaper. Absolute power is terrifying, but in front of me, you're not absolute power. Lin Xian sneered. So, killing you is like slaughtering a dog. The next moment, he raised his arms and merged the red and black swords. Chapter 761. Lin Xian held the two swords in his hands and quickly merged them. The pitch-black sword of Nirvana merged with the blood-red sword of Massacre to form a demonic sword. The sword was slender and surrounded by red and black sword inscriptions. It emitted a murderous aura. With the sword in hand, Lin Xian's aura became stronger. He was not afraid of Zhou Su, who had merged with the white tiger martial soul. Merge! Zhou Su furrowed his brows as well. Lin Xian had once again displayed a strange technique. He was actually able to fuse two different types of sword auras. This was simply too unbelievable. This brat must be dealt with quickly. Zhou Su felt uneasy. Sword chi gathered on the white tiger-killing sword and formed a ferocious tiger head. It was ferocious and terrifying as it looked down on the world. Then, the tiger head spat out a ray of sword light. It was like a heavenly pillar that swept in all directions. Tiger roar golden annihilation. Boom! The sky-piercing sword chi fell, as if it was tearing the sky apart. It was strong and powerful, and it carried a terrifying aura as it fell toward Lin Xian. The sword chi surged, and the aura made the eyelids of the seniors in the distance twitch. It was too terrifying. Even a second-rank venerable could not withstand it. In fact, they would die if they touched it. The sky-piercing white tiger sword chi was so heavy that it crushed the surrounding mountains. Clang! Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and slashed at the white tiger sword chi. Sparks flew in all directions as if countless shooting stars were flying. Sparks fell and pierced the ground, forming a terrifying black hole. The surrounding martial artists were so frightened that they fled. This sword was too terrifying. Murderous aura flowed, and the white tiger's aura surged. It was as if it was going to cut the mountain in half. Lin Xian resisted it and immediately felt a huge force surge toward him, causing his arm to go numb. He knew that this should be one of Zhou Su's killing moves. Feeling the danger, Lin Xian let out a long roar and used the earth-grade martial art, Gale Lightning Sword. The void trembled, and a huge sword appeared. It was simple and majestic, as if it had traveled from the ancient times. It suppressed the surroundings. In the next moment, he slashed at the white tiger sword chi. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the two giant swords clashed in the air, almost destroying the 10,000 zhang tall mountain. This attack was too terrifying. The energy that scattered in all directions caused Xiao Li, Xin Yaotian, and the others, who were fighting nearby, to stop and retreat. Furthermore, every single one of them had a look of shock on their faces. Even the elders on the clouds had grave expressions on their faces. This is an earth-tier martial art. Elder Hua narrowed his eyes. Both of them were using earth-tier martial arts. In the sky, Zhou Su's expression was unsightly. He actually failed to take down the other party. This was already his greatest trump card. Not only did it fuse with the white tiger martial spirit, but it was also an earth-ranked martial art, White Tiger Golden Light Annihilation. Most likely, no one in the second level of the Venerate realm could compare to him. Even if it was a third-level Venerate, he was confident that he could put up a fight. However, Lin Xian was able to withstand it. Furthermore, the terrifying aura emanating from the martial arts that the other party used was not any weaker than his. An earth-tier martial art. This fellow also knows an earth-tier martial art. Zhou Su's face was gloomy. His eyes were burning with rage. He could not wait to tear Lin Xian apart. Then let's see whose earth-tier martial art is stronger. Zhou Su shouted angrily. He roared into the sky as if he had gone mad. He activated all the spiritual energy in his body and waved the white tiger killing sword in his hand. Roar! A terrifying tiger roar reverberated through the air, shaking heaven and earth. Then, another shocking sword ray slashed toward Zhou Su. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his sleeves and removed the demon's sword in his hand. In its place, a wind sword and a lightning sword appeared. Although the demon's sword was powerful, it did not match the attributes of the Gale Lightning Sword and could not unleash its full power. Only the power of wind and lightning could display the power of this earth-tier martial art. In an instant, a green, jade-like, long sword appeared. Green air flowed around it and contained a powerful wind concept. On the other side, golden electric arcs danced and formed a golden lightning sword. When the two swords appeared, the power of wind and lightning filled the sky. What? Wind and lightning attributes? Everyone was stunned. How many attributes did Lin Xian have? The older students' mouths twitched. This guy was too monstrous. They could not help but think of the few fellows in the academy. They had the same experience back then and were now giants in Senmu College. Lin Xian had a bright future. Zhou Su's face darkened. He roared angrily and sped up the attack of the white tiger sword aura. Gale Lightning Sword, Double Sword Star Destruction. Boom! Boom! Two gigantic swords appeared in the sky. Green light and lightning surrounded them. It was terrifying. A gale sword and a lightning sword intertwined and slashed toward the white tiger killing sword. Boom! 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 The entire sky exploded, and the swords violently destroyed everything in their path. Crack! 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 The white tiger killing sword trembled slightly and became more and more intense. No, block it. Zhou Su was furious. He activated his spiritual energy without any regard for his life. At this moment, Lin Xian took a deep breath and shouted, Gale Lightning Sword. 3 swords frighten ghosts and gods. Boom! Another gigantic sword descended from the heavens. What? There's more! Everyone was stunned. Was he still human? Elder Hua was also shocked. Earth rank martial arts consumes a lot of energy. With their cultivation, they can only use it twice. How can they use it again? Could it be that this kid has some trump card that we don't know about? Zhou Su was even more shocked. The spiritual energy in his body was almost depleted. Even the speed at which he mobilized the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much slower. He could not use it a third time. However, Lin Xian could still use it. It was unbelievable. Impossible. He roared in horror. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Humph, ignorant. Lin Xian sneered. He practiced the art of longevity. The spiritual energy in his body was endless. His ability to mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much better than ordinary people. Therefore, it was easy for him to use an earth-rank martial arts. Moreover, this was not his limit. He could still use it one more time. However, he would not do that. This was because he wanted to use it as his last trump card. Moreover, his opponent could not hold on any longer. Indeed, Zhou Su could not hold on any longer. The three gigantic swords put a lot of pressure on him. His white tiger-killing sword would soon shatter. At that time, he would be doomed. Retreat. Zhou Su did not hesitate. If he did not leave now, he would not be able to leave anymore. Whoosh! Zhou Su turned into a bolt of lightning and fled into the distance. The white tiger-killing sword did not have any energy to support it. It was instantly destroyed by the Gale lightning sword. Then, a huge sword energy slashed toward Zhou Su. Tantric blood escape. Seeing the terrifying sword energy, Zhou Su spat out a mouthful of blood essence. It formed a pair of blood wings and brought him away from the attack range of the light sword. Huff! 1,000 meters away, Zhou Su could not stop panting. His face was pale without a trace of blood. Lin Xian, I won't let you go. Zhou Su stared at the voice in the distance with a ferocious expression. Do you think I'll let you go? Lin Xian took a step forward and arrived in front of Zhou Su in an instant. The golden lightning sword in his hand stabbed down, quickly. Chapter 762. In an instant, Lin Xian appeared in front of Zhou Su, the golden lightning sword in his hand, stabbing down quickly. What? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so decisive. Zhou Su's pupils constricted. At the critical moment, he once again used his life-saving technique, his body instantly moving 10 feet away. You still have a trump card. Lin Xian's sword missed, and he frowned. His opponent was indeed difficult to deal with. Even at this time, he still had a life-saving trump card. However, he still could not escape from his hands. In the next moment, he stepped out again, the golden lightning sword hanging above his opponent's head. In an instant, Zhou Su's face became very ugly. He had used up all his trump cards. He was extremely sullen. This was completely different from what he had expected. In his imagination, the one kneeling and begging for mercy should be Lin Xian. But now he was the one who had lost. I'm very curious. We don't know each other. Why are you so angry that you have to target me? Lin Xian asked. He was very puzzled, so he wanted to clarify it now. Humph! It is true that we have never met before. In fact, I only found out about you from my younger sister. She said that you're a sword genius that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. I'm not convinced because I'm the #1 sword genius. Zhou Su gritted his teeth and said, Your sister? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Zhou Jianying, you shouldn't have forgotten. Zhou Su snorted coldly. It's her. Lin Xian was surprised. A figure appeared in his mind, dressed in green, holding a 3-foot sword, looking down on the heroes. Lin Xian naturally would not forget this girl, who fought with him at the Azure Dragon Assembly in the Nantian region. However, he did not expect that a few words of praise from her would attract such trouble. Compared to your sister, you're even worse than trash, Lin Xian said coldly. Then he swung his sword and cut off a strand of Zhou Su's black hair. If this wasn't a competition, you would already be dead. After saying that, he turned around and ignored Zhou Su. Damn it. Zhou Su's face was gloomy and his body trembled. Today was a great humiliation to him. He would definitely take revenge for this. Standing up with difficulty, Zhou Su's figure flashed as he rushed down the mountain. If he couldn't get first place, he wouldn't want any ranking. Looking at the disappearing figure, everyone's hearts trembled. Lin Xian was too strong. Even Zhou Su was no match for him. Perhaps no one here was his match. I'm going to take first place in this competition. Anyone who isn't convinced can come over now, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Domineering, too domineering. This was equivalent to declaring war against the other 5. Brother Xian is mighty. The people from Dragon's Sword Pavilion roared excitedly. This domineering and powerful young man was their boss. Humph. Shen Yaotian stared at Lin Xian and snorted, but he didn't make a move. The battle just now had shocked him. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he was no match for Lin Xian. Shen Yaotian said coldly, "Although we are no match for you, if you want to be number 1, you can't just say a few harsh words." "Humph, I'll fight you." Dongfang Phoenix was hot-tempered. She couldn't bear it any longer. She shook the flame spirit whip in her hand, and the divine flames on her body burned fiercely. On the other side, Shaoli also stepped forward. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, and his body was surrounded by blade qi. The battle just now consumed a lot of your spiritual power. I won't take advantage of you. You should recover first. Although Lin Xian's performance was very strong, he was very confident in himself. Lin Xian smiled. This guy was still the same as before. He looked around and suddenly saw Lan Bai, who had been sitting silently, stand up with a faint smile. "Sorry, the number 1 freshman, this time is mine." His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears. "You're the number 1? Shen Yaotian snorted. "Who do you think you are? Don't you think you're too arrogant?" The others frowned and stared at Lan Bai with unfriendly expressions. Even Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect this quiet young man to say such words at this time. "Whether I'm arrogant or not, you'll know soon enough." Lan Bai chuckled and walked toward the crowd with a calm expression. He didn't take them seriously at all. "Let me see what kind of strength you have. How dare you say such words?" Shen Yaotian looked ferocious and waved his palm. Terrifying spiritual power quickly condensed, and a huge light palm formed in the air. However, Lan Bai didn't dodge. He didn't even look at it. He seemed to be more arrogant than Lin Xian. "You're courting death." Shen Yaotian was furious when he saw that he was ignored. He sped up and waved his palm. "Disperse." Lan Bai smiled faintly and spat out a word softly. The next moment, the terrifying light palm in the sky disappeared and turned into a rain of light, falling to the ground. "What? How is this possible?" Shen Yaotian was stunned. The crowd below was also stunned. "What's going on?" No matter if it was them, everyone was stunned. Even the elders on the clouds were slightly surprised. The mentors were stunned, but the 2 elders frowned slightly. Elder Hua sensed carefully. She stretched out her slender hand and waved it in the air. Then a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She turned her head and looked at the sage-like elder. Then she nodded slightly. It seemed that the 2 elders had understood. However, Lin Xian and the others didn't understand. Shen Yaotian especially was astonished. His attack was actually neutralized by a single sentence. This was unbelievable. Besides, impossible. I don't believe it. Shen Yaotian's face darkened. He quickly raised his hand and was ready to attack again. However, he was stunned the next moment. "What? That's impossible." He screamed in horror. His expression was one of utter terror. "My spiritual power? What did you do? Why can't I use my spiritual power? Shinyaotian was panicking. He tried several times, but it didn't work. He couldn't even use the spiritual power in the air. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others were shocked. They began to check their bodies. Then they all looked pale. That was because they couldn't use their spiritual power either. What's going on? Dongfang Fenghuang stomped her feet in anger. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and remained silent. Poison, it's poison. Morong Qingqing sighed. We seem to have forgotten that he's a poisoner. Poison! Everyone was in a trance. They were shocked. As expected of Goddess Morong. You're so knowledgeable. You noticed the problem so quickly. Lan Bai chuckled. That's right. It's poison. But he didn't touch us. How could he poison us? Shin Yaotian looked pale. If I wanted to poison you, why would I need to touch you? Lan Bai put his hands behind his back and looked arrogant. As long as I want to, I can use anything in the world to poison you. For example, this time I only need to put the poison in the air and let you breathe it in slowly. And this poison is colorless and tasteless? Xiao Li asked in a low voice. Yes, it's colorless and tasteless. No one below the 3rd level of the Venerable Realm can detect it. Lan Bai said, without my antidote, you're no different from trash. Well, wait until I ring the golden bell. Then I'll play with you. Lan Bai laughed and walked toward the top of the mountain. Chapter 763. Lan Bai controlled the crowd with poison and walked toward the golden bell. I see. It's poison. Lin Xian's brows relaxed. He channeled the dragon sword soul to eliminate the invisible poison in his body. Then he drew his sword and blocked Lan Bai's way. Take your sword away. Stop struggling. Lan Bai smiled. You're no match for me now. He glanced at Lin Xian indifferently. If you don't want to lose too badly, I advise you not to fight. Is that so? Lin Xian smiled. What if I insist on making a move? Then don't blame me. Lan Bai raised his palm. A layer of green light gathered above it, and he waved it quickly. 5 poisons palm. The wind from the palm carried deadly poison. Anyone who touched it would die. It was terrifying. Oh no, Lin Xian is in trouble. Get out of the way, many people exclaimed. They were very anxious. Whoosh! A beam of sword light flashed and cut through the void, cutting the poisonous palm of light in half. What? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to mobilize spiritual power. Lan Bai was also shocked. He stammered, You, I told you that it's not easy to get first place, Lin Xian said. Now, do you still want to fight? Forget it. You win. First place is yours. Lan Bai shrugged. I can only take 2nd place. Not necessarily. Morong Qingqing suddenly smiled. Then, a colorful stream of light flowed around her body. The 9-petaled lotus danced quickly and destroyed the invisible poison. Lan Bai's expression changed again when he saw this. His face was filled with bitterness. You city people are really strong. You can detoxify the poison so quickly. Lan Bai was depressed. I'm the number 1 poison master in my hometown. No one can detoxify my poison. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a green light and rushed toward the top of the mountain. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing also used their movement techniques and rushed up. The others quickly detoxified the poison. Their movement techniques were better than Lan Bai's, so they quickly overtook him. Whoosh! 2 figures landed in front of the golden bell. They were indeed Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. Who wants to go first? Lin Xian rubbed his chin and said, Want to go together? Morong Qingqing rolled his eyes. I have my family's inheritance, so the king's statue is not very useful to me. You go first. However, after this, you have to help me refine pills. All right. Lin Xian didn't refuse. He was different from Morong Qingqing. Without the support of a powerful family, he could only rely on himself. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he punched the golden bell. Immediately, the bell rang, letting out a deep sound that echoed throughout the entire forest. This also indicated that Lin Xian would be the champion of the freshman assembly. Lin Xian. In the distance, many senior students silently muttered this name with solemn expressions. The elders of Senmu College also nodded slightly. Not bad. Although he doesn't have the power of bloodline, his strength is very strong. After Lin Xian rang the golden bell, everyone began to madly charge towards the top of the mountain. After all, the ranking was related to the amount of spiritual value points. At this time, Xiao Li and the others also expelled the invisible poison in their bodies and quickly rushed over. Soon, the freshman assembly came to an end. In the sky, auspicious clouds floated, and the two elders appeared once again. This competition is very exciting, and the first place is well-deserved. The others' performance is also very outstanding. Elder Hua said, "It can be said that you are very talented. However, I also want to say that this is only the beginning of Senmu College. I hope that you will work hard and step into a higher realm of martial arts. Thank you for your teachings, Elder." Lin Xian and the others said, respectfully, "All right, the rewards will be given to you later. Go back and rest now." Elder Hua waved his hand and left with everyone. "Brother Xian." After the elder left, the people of Dragon's Sword Pavilion all surrounded him with excited expressions. "Too cool. Idle. Brother Xian, how did you cure that poison?" Many people were puzzled. However, Lin Xian could not tell them. He only smiled and said, "Relax in a while. Tonight, I will prepare spirit wine. Everyone will not return until they are drunk." All right, everyone was excited. Lin Xian's spirit wine was extremely effective. At this time, even more freshmen ran over, wanting to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. There was nothing they could do. Lin Xian's previous performance was too shocking. Furthermore, this result meant that he was the number one amongst the freshmen. With this kind of strength, his future achievements would be great. Therefore, countless people wanted to join. On the distant mountain peak, when the older students saw this scene, they all frowned. "It seems that this kid won't join us. What should we do? Should we suppress them?" It's not that easy to create a club. It's not enough for just one person to be powerful. I don't think the other experts among the freshmen will join him. Someone shook his head. "Send an invitation to the others. As for him, we can try to subdue him. If we recruit the entire club, our strength will increase by a lot." A few older students discussed in low voices, preparing for the next step. As for Lin Xian and the others, they returned to the freshman courtyard and began to celebrate. A night of revelry. The next day, everyone once again entered a state of intense cultivation. Lin Xian handed the matter of recruiting to Wang, Li, and the others. He told them to strictly check. As long as they met the requirements, they could join. As for him, he went to the True Spirit Palace to get his reward. Soon, he arrived at the True Spirit Palace. He found the Guardian Elder and explained his purpose. "Oh, you are this time's number one freshman?" When the Guardian Elder heard this, he looked at Lin Xian. "Yes, that's right." With a flick of his finger, he inserted 1,000,000 spiritual value points into Lin Xian's spiritual value points card. Then he said in a deep voice, "Follow me." Lin Xian took a deep breath and followed behind. He knew that this should be the way to bring him to the Kingstone statue. However, what surprised Lin Xian was that he did not come to a secret room as he had imagined. Instead, he came to a formation. Stand on it, and you will be teleported to the king's palace. There, you have 3 days to comprehend it. As for what you can comprehend, it will depend on your luck. After the Guardian Elder finished speaking, he took out a piece of jade from his storage ring and placed it in a gap in the formation. Then he injected spiritual energy into the formation. Immediately, the entire formation bloomed with light and was activated. With a flash of white light, Lin Xian disappeared from the True Spirit Palace. I wonder if the newcomer this time will be able to comprehend the king's inheritance. The guardian elder had a trace of anticipation. With a flash of light, Lin Xian's figure appeared. He stabilized his body and quickly dispelled the dizziness from the teleportation. Then he looked around cautiously. The space was a little dim. Only a few luminous pearls on the wall were shining. Lin Xian looked around and found that he was in an ancient palace. The mottled ruins on the wall showed the vicissitudes of life of this place. It was the smell of time. In front of him there were 5 doors. They were completely black and dozens of feet tall. They were like iron walls. The doors were tightly shut without a trace of light. On both sides of the huge doors, there were 2 human-shaped statues holding swords and sabers. They looked like guardians. Chapter 764. The 5 dark red doors were like 5 passageways that connected different worlds. These are the doors to the king's statues. Lin Xian was shocked. He had thought that there would only be 1 statue, but there were actually 5 of them. He walked forward and examined them carefully. However, when he approached the doors, he found that there was a strange force that prevented him from moving forward. What the hell? Lin Xian frowned. Kid, this is the door of soul martial arts, the Crimson Dragon said. Door of soul martial arts? Lin Xian was surprised. Yes, the door of soul martial arts. If you want to enter the stone door, you have to withstand the impact of the martial spirits from the statues on both sides. If you can't, you won't be able to enter. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. As expected of the king's statues, even entering the door was so troublesome. However, he was not afraid of the martial spirit's test at all. One had to know that his martial spirit was the great dragon sword soul, which was an offensive saint technique. Therefore, he found a stone door and stepped through. Boom! As Lin Xian approached, the human-shaped stone statues on both sides seemed to come alive. 2 balls of dark green flames appeared in their eye sockets, and a powerful aura was released from their bodies, forming a special field that enveloped Lin Xian. This was the power of a martial spirit, and it was extremely powerful. It was enough to make a 2nd-rank venerable realm cultivator pale. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He used the great dragon sword soul and stood in the field to resist. In the next moment, he took another step forward. Boom! This time, the impact of the martial spirit domain was even more powerful. It was as if it wanted to crush Lin Xian, and the terrifying power caused the entire space to distort. Lin Xian's expression changed. He let out a low roar, and his body was filled with the power of the great dragon sword soul. He was like a peerless divine sword. He took another step forward, and the impact of the martial spirit was even more powerful. This time, Lin Xian directly used the great dragon sword soul. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. It was like a real dragon soaring through the sky, and it let out a low dragon's roar. As soon as the great dragon sword soul appeared, it directly attacked the stone statue martial souls on both sides, causing the impact of the martial souls in the entire space to weaken. In front of the great dragon sword soul, it was difficult for other martial souls to display their power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian took another step forward and walked toward the stone door. Finally, he pushed open the stone door. After entering through the stone door, there was a spacious space inside. It was like a large hall, and there were all kinds of artifacts. In the center, there was a huge statue standing there. It was unknown what material the statue was made of, but it was emitting an indescribable power that made one's heart tremble. The venerable one seemed very small in front of him, as if he was looking up at the sky. So powerful. So this is a king statue. Lin Xian was shocked. He was deeply shaken. With reverence in his heart, Lin Xian walked forward and found that there was a square stone platform in front of the statue. It was about 1 meter tall. Lin Xian stood in front of the stone platform and carefully looked at the statue of the king in front of him. Suddenly, he found words engraved on a part of the statue. Open, the Heavenly King. This was the statue of Open, the Heavenly King. Lin Xian concluded, his heart trembling. This was indeed a statue of a king. In the next moment, he seemed to be hit by a wave of power, and his whole body seemed to have fallen into an illusion. There, a majestic figure stood indomitable and tore the sky apart with a palm. Whoosh! Lin Xian suddenly woke up, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He took a deep breath and felt a pain in his forehead. At that moment, he felt like he was being torn apart. If it wasn't for the great dragon sword soul, he would have felt even worse. What kind of power is this? It seems different from martial souls. Lin Xian was puzzled. Kid, this is the power of will. The Crimson Dragon transmitted. Power of will. Yes, when you reach the king realm, you will develop a kind of will. This kind of will is even stronger than martial souls. I think this king statue contains a trace of a king's will. That's why it's so mysterious. The Crimson Dragon explained. No wonder. Lin Xian nodded. So above martial souls was will. It seemed that he still had a long way to go. There were 5 doors here, which meant that there should be 5 king statues. Should he take a look first before making a decision? Lin Xian had an idea. He wanted to see if there were any inheritances of Sword Dao kings. Soon he retreated and began to walk towards the stone door at the side. If the elders of Senmu College were here, they would definitely be shocked and go crazy. One had to know that it was very difficult to enter the stone door, and almost no one could refuse a king statue. To be able to enter a stone door and comprehend a stone statue in 3 days was already a very difficult task. No one was like Lin Xian, who wanted to see all 5 king statues before making a decision. Perhaps only he had the great dragon sword soul and could quickly enter the stone door. Others could forget about it. Boom! Not long after, the second stone door opened. Golden Spear King. Lin Xian stood in front of the king statue and tried to comprehend it. A golden spear pierced through heaven and earth like a golden dragon, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was extremely terrifying. Soon, Lin Xian retreated from the illusion and headed towards another king statue. Tyrant Sword King, Fire Spirit King, Blood Sword King. Finally, Lin Xian saw a Sword Dao King in the last stone door. This statue was 10 feet tall and was carved out of blood jade. Lin Xian looked carefully and found that it was a middle-aged man with a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. Looking at it, one would feel like being sucked in by an endless sea of blood. There was only one Sword Dao King statue, so Lin Xian had no choice but to comprehend the Blood Sword King's inheritance. He spread out his soul power and pounced towards the blood jade statue in front of him. Buzz! In the next moment, the scene changed. A sea of blood covered the sky, and if one looked carefully, they would find that it was all blood, sword qi. The air was filled with killing intent, as if it could tear people apart at any time. Kill! A low and terrifying voice rang out, directly tearing through the void. A figure appeared, and it was the middle-aged man that looked like a statue. At this moment, he was wearing black gold battle armor and holding a blood sword. With a swing of his sword, the sea of blood spread out for 3,000 miles, and the entire sky was dyed red. In front of him, countless enemies fell and turned into white bones. This was the aura of slaughter, the will of slaughter. Under the effect of this will, no one could survive. Although Lin Xian saw an illusion, he did not feel good either. That will of slaughter seemed to want to tear him apart. He circulated the great dragon sword soul and resisted with all his strength. Only then could he continue watching. No matter how strong you are just an illusion, an illusion. Lin Xian shouted. This little illusion can't stump me. Lin Xian's figure stood straight, and the great dragon sword soul in his body surged, letting out the loudest sound. At this moment, the Blood Sword King in the illusion suddenly turned around and stared at Lin Xian. A pair of blood-red eyes with boundless will enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body trembled. That will made it hard for him to move, and his body felt like it was pierced by thousands of blood swords. Chapter 765. In an instant, Lin Xian received an unimaginable attack. The willpower was too strong. Although it was only a trace, it was still extremely powerful, making it hard for Lin Xian to contend against. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body surged and transformed into a dragon-shaped sword image. It quickly pierced into the illusion and resisted the willpower. Ka. The space shattered and the illusion disappeared. Lin Xian's body relaxed as he gasped for breath. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded. What a powerful attack! This power seems to be that thing. Could it really have appeared again? This voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. It sounded like a question, but also like it was talking to itself. Forget it. There's no point in thinking about this. That voice sighed and said, Brat, you're not bad. You have the qualifications to comprehend the stone statue I left behind. After that, the voice gradually disappeared. Lin Xian felt that the monstrous killing intent around him had gradually disappeared and was no longer attacking him. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lin Xian sat on the stone platform in front of the Blood Sword King statue and closed his eyes to comprehend. He had the sword of slaughter and had a certain understanding of the Tao of slaughter. Therefore, it was easier for him to comprehend. Furthermore, he had obtained the Blood Sword King's recognition. Therefore, it did not take long for him to feel the blood sword inheritance within. The information in the sky formed a blood sword and entered Lin Xian's body. In an instant, Lin Xian felt countless information crazily surging in his mind. If it was not for his firm will and powerful soul power, he would have fainted long ago. After a period of difficult time, he finally received all the information. The king's inheritance was extraordinary. Therefore, he could only receive it now. If he wanted to comprehend it, he would have to cultivate bitterly in the future. Standing up, Lin Xian respectfully bowed 3 times to the Blood Sword King's statue. Afterward, he turned and left. Until now, 2 days had passed, and there was only 1 day left. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to take a look at the other statues. Among them, the Golden Spear King and Tyrant Sword King's inheritances were different from his Tao of Sword. Therefore, he gave up on them. He set his sights on the Split Sky King and the Fire Spirit King, the 2 Kingstone statues. This time, what he wanted was not the inheritance, but to comprehend 1 or 2 martial techniques. Lin Xian didn't waste any time. He first went to the front of the Sky Splitting King statue and sat down to comprehend. In the illusory realm, a tall figure appeared beside him. Every punch and every palm could tear apart the sky, causing terrifying attacks. From those moves, Lin Xian comprehended a fist technique, the heaven-opening fist. Strong and brave, pressing forward courageously. In the remaining half of the day, he went to the Fire Spirit King to carefully comprehend. This time, his comprehension of the concept of fire had deepened, especially that trace of the will of fire. It had a deep influence on him. This allowed his perfection fire concept to advance, and he even had a trace of a fire soul embryonic form. Of course, it would still take some time to become a true fire soul. The other reward was the vermilion bird seal. Lin Xian comprehended the Fire Spirit King's stone statue and created the second form of the vermilion bird seal, vermilion bird celestial pole, with extraordinary power. After comprehending all this, Lin Xian stood up and prepared to leave. This time, the rewards were huge, far beyond his imagination, especially the Blood Sword King's inheritance, which benefited him greatly. As long as he focused on comprehending, he would definitely be incomparably powerful on the Slaughter Tao. Not long after, the 3 days were up, and Lin Xian was transported out. Shua! With a flash of white light, he returned to the True Spirit Palace. How was it? Did you get any inheritance? The guardian elder asked. Facing the guardian elder's urgent question, Lin Xian didn't hide anything. After all, he would have to use these martial arts inheritances in the future. Disciple obtained the blood sword slaughter inheritance from the blood sword king. Lin Xian said, You really got it. The guardian elder was shocked. He was just asking normally and didn't have much hope. However, he didn't expect that this young man in front of him actually obtained the king's inheritance. Good, good. The guardian elder clapped and laughed. Lin Xian, right? You're really not bad. To be able to obtain the king's inheritance is your fortune and fate. You have to cherish it. Disciple understands. Lin Xian said respectfully. Then he left the True Spirit Palace and returned to the freshman courtyard. Brother Xian, Wan Li and the others were waiting in the courtyard. What's the matter? Lin Xian asked. This time, we've recruited another 50 people. Up until now, our Dragon Sword Pavilion already has more than 80 people. Wang Li said. Very good. Lin Xian nodded. In recruiting members, strength is one aspect, but the most important thing is one's temperament. Don't worry, Brother Xian, I understand, Wang Li said. Brother Xian, there's one more thing. In the past 3 days, many old societies have come to recruit people. A few of them even wanted to incorporate our Dragon Sword Pavilion, but I firmly rejected them. Incorporate? Lin Xian frowned. These people are really whimsical. In the future, directly reject such things. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, The Dragon Sword Pavilion will not belong to any power. Yes, sir, everyone said in unison. Right, who came? Lin Xian asked again. Blue Star Pavilion, Red Maple Society. Wang Li said. The Red Maple Society had come twice, and their attitude was very domineering. Red Maple Society. Lin Xian frowned. Yes, I heard that the boss of the Red Maple Society is from the Red Leaf Valley, and many of their members are also from the Red Leaf Valley. They are very domineering. Red Leaf Valley. Lin Xian sneered. He remembered the few overbearing disciples of the Red Leaf Valley during the Academy's assessment. He originally thought that he wouldn't have any interactions with them in the future, but he didn't expect the other party to jump out again. He could forget about it this time. But if the other party dared to talk about incorporating him again, then don't blame him for being impolite. After understanding what had happened in the past 3 days, Lin Xian let Wang Li and the others leave. He needed to properly digest his gains this time. Returning to his room, Lin Xian released the Crimson Dragon and the snow-white little monkey, then went into seclusion to cultivate. This seclusion lasted for half a month. During this period of time, Lin Xian comprehended the blood, sword, slaughter inheritance, heaven opening fist, and the second form of the vermilion bird seal, and made some progress. Among them, he had cultivated heaven opening fist and the second form of the vermilion bird seal to the initial stage. As for the blood, sword, slaughter inheritance, he had only comprehended the first stage. A king's inheritance was different from other martial arts. It was even more difficult than an earth rank martial arts, so this matter couldn't be rushed. Moreover, his comprehension of these martial arts had reached a bottleneck, and he needed to fight to improve. On this day, he opened the door and came to the courtyard to breathe in the fresh air. In the courtyard beside, Morong Qingqing saw Lin Xian come out and snorted. You brat, you still know to come out. Morong Qingqing said coquettishly, humph, you didn't keep your word. Didn't you say that you would help me refine pills? Oh. Lin Xian slapped his head. He had almost forgotten about this matter. Are the spirit herbs ready? They were ready long ago. I was just waiting for you. Okay, let me see. Lin Xian's figure flashed and came to Morong Qingqing's courtyard. Come in. Morong Qingqing snorted, then turned and walked into the house. Lin Xian followed in. Unlike his room, Morong Qingqing's room was very exquisite. There was still a lingering fragrance in the air that was intoxicating. These are the spirit herbs. Murong Chingching flicked a storage ring, then took out a jade slip. The pill formula and pill patterns are all here. Chapter 766. The news of Lin Xian ringing the golden bell and becoming the top freshman had long spread. Now his name was often mentioned among the older students. Coupled with the fact that he had gained the upper hand in his fight with the greedy wolf gang, all of these made him famous among the older students. Many people were amazed and thought that he was a peerless genius who would become the overlord of the academy in the future. However, there were also some who were dissatisfied and even secretly hated him. Among them, three forces were the most prominent. Among them, the Greedy Wolf Society had the most murderous intent. As a veteran force, they had lost to a freshman. This was undoubtedly very embarrassing. Therefore, they had to defeat Lin Xian to remove the reputation of their previous failure. These days, the Greedy Wolf Society had been discussing how to deal with Lin Xian. In addition, Yan Qingyang was also gnashing his teeth in hatred. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were together all day and seemed to be very close. It was obvious that he did not take his warning to heart. As the vice president of the Tao Spirit Association, his status and strength were stronger than Lin Xian. Of course, he was not willing to let his beloved woman be snatched away by Lin Xian. Therefore, he planned to send the experts in the association to teach Lin Xian a lesson. In addition, there was another society that was also very angry. That was the Red Maple Society. Lin Xian dared to refuse their invitation. This was not giving them face at all. As a veteran force, they needed to show their powerful means. The three organizations were secretly accumulating strength to get rid of Lin Xian. At this time, Lin Xian was refining pills in Murong Qingqing's boudoir. He was refining a 6th grade pill. The process was very difficult, but in the end he succeeded. After receiving the pill, Murong Qingqing was as excited as a child. She was very happy. "That's great. Lin Xian, thank you. You don't have to be so polite with me." Lin Xian smiled. "You didn't fight with me at the freshman assembly. This is the greatest help you have given me. Is that so? Don't be happy too early. With this pill, I might break through again." Murong Qingqing said with a smile, "When the time comes, I'll be on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard before you." Mystic Sovereign ranking. Lin Xian nodded. He had already obtained the legacy of a king, so it was time for him to enter the rankings. The leader of the Greedy Wolf Gang, Wang Xiao, was ranked 88th on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. He was also Lin Xian's target. "Looks like I need to go back and prepare," Lin Xian thought. At this moment, he suddenly frowned because he noticed that a jade pendant in his new storage ring was glowing. Yu Fei, this jade pendant was really the jade pendant that Yu Fei used to transmit danger to him. Normally, there would be no movement from it, and it would only appear in times of danger. It seemed that Yu Fei was in trouble. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Yu Fei was currently in Lion Moon City with the Wang family behind him. Ordinary people would not be able to threaten him, unless the Wang family was also under threat. "What's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" Murong Qingqing asked. "Why do you look so serious?" "Nothing. I have something to take care of," Lin Xian said. Then he left Murong Qingqing's courtyard and began to gather people. No matter what the situation was, he had to make a trip there. Of course, he would not go alone. Instead, he would bring the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. There were about 80 people in the Dragon Sword Pavilion, so he could bring 30 people. After gathering everyone, Lin Xian said with a grave expression, "Although the Dragon Sword Pavilion has been developing for a long time, the situation is good. But now, someone is looking for trouble. What do you think we should do? F***CK, who is so blind to provoke us? Kill him! Kill him!" The group of people shouted angrily. "All right, now I want to choose 30 people to fight with me," Lin Xian asked. Who wants to go? Me. Brother Xian, let me go. The people of the Dragon's Sword Pavilion were very active. They all responded, wanting to go with Lin Xian. Lin Xian chose 30 people and said to Wang Li, I'll leave the rest to you. Take them to do the mission. Don't worry, Brother Xian, Wang Li said. After that, Lin Xian led the 30 people into the air and flew towards Lion Moon City. The group of people flew across the sky like meteors. Lion Moon City, Wang family. The Wang family patriarch's face was pale, as if he had aged 10 years. Around him, the Wang family elders also had worried expressions. Yu Fei, is the pavilion master not here yet? The Wang family patriarch asked. Wait a little longer. I've already sent a message to Brother Xian. I think he'll be here soon. Yu Fei sighed. There were still some injuries on his body. Not only him, but the Wang family disciples were also injured, as if they had gone through a great battle. With our current situation, we can't hold on for 3 days. The Wang family patriarch sighed. After 3 days, the defensive array will be broken. At that time, the people from the Blood Fiend gang will come in. Don't worry, Brother Xian will definitely be here within 3 days. Yu Fei clenched his fists. Outside the Wang family, the people from the Blood Fiend gang formed a circle and surrounded them. They had sinister smiles on their faces as they faced the Wang family. Among them, there were a few elders who were first-level venerables. Other than that, there was also a second-level venerables. Judging from their strength, they didn't seem to be weaker than 2 Tian. How dare you kill my junior brother? This time, we must exterminate the Wang family. The second-level venerables said coldly. His name was Su Hei, 2 Tian's senior brother. After knowing that 2 Tian had been killed, he rushed to Lion Moon City to take revenge on the Wang family. Boss Su, this barrier should be set up by that brat. He's the one who killed Gang Master Tuesday. His strength can't be underestimated. He must have used some despicable means. Su Hei sneered. He didn't believe that a brat could kill his junior brother. Don't worry. Even if I can't beat him, there's still the Gang Master. The Gang Master that he was talking about was the new Gang Master of the Blood Fiend gang. He was very powerful and was even stronger than 2 Tian. The Blood Fiend gang wasn't an independent existence. They also had a force behind them. This time, after 2 Tian was killed, the force behind them sent experts to take over. Therefore, the Blood Fiend gang was very aggressive and very powerful this time. 3 days. This barrier can still last for 3 days. After 3 days, I'll kill everyone in the Wang family. And that despicable brat, I must use his head as a sacrifice. The group of people's eyes were filled with killing intent. They surrounded the Wang family like fierce wolves. On the other side, Lin Xian led his men and rushed all the way. Finally, on the second day, they arrived at Lion Tiger City. Lin Xian's arrival caused the martial artists in the city to panic. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the sky. It couldn't be helped. The scene was too spectacular. More than 30 people stood in the sky. Each of them had a powerful aura and the pressure of a venerable. This time, Lin Xian picked all the powerful martial artists. All 30 of them were venerables. What he wanted was to intimidate the enemy so that they would never dare to provoke them again. F***CK, what kind of force is that? All 30 of them are venerables. Isn't that too scary? They look very young. How is that possible? The martial artists in the city exclaimed, their faces full of fear. This strength had completely surpassed the #1 gang in the city, the Blood Fiend gang. Chapter 767. The appearance of Lin Xian and the rest caused a huge commotion. Countless martial artists in Lion Moon City raised their heads and looked at the scene in horror. Let's go! Lin Xian ignored the people below. Instead, he waved his hand and led the group toward the Wang family mansion. Whoosh! Whoosh! The group of people flew into the distance in a grandiose manner with extraordinary momentum. Wherever they passed, the weather changed. Look, they're leaving. That direction seems to be the Wong family mansion. Wong family? Aren't they surrounded by the noxious blood gang? Are these people here to help the Wong family? Many people exclaimed. Suddenly, someone recalled what had happened previously. Oh, right, when the Wong family was surrounded by the noxious blood gang, someone came to save them and even killed Tu Tian. Is that young man back? Let's go and take a look. The group of people was shocked and quickly ran toward the Wong family mansion. Soon, they arrived at the periphery of the Wong family mansion and waited quietly. Damn it! When did the noxious blood gang do something that you can see? Get lost, or don't blame me for starting a massacre. The noxious blood gang members shouted angrily. Those martial artists did not dare to provoke them and could only distance themselves and watch from afar. At this moment, Lin Xian and the rest also arrived. More than 30 people stood in the air and emitted a powerful aura of supremacy. It was like 100,000 demon mountains that pressed down. A huge shadow was cast and shrouded the noxious blood gang members. Hiss! The noxious blood gang members gasped and raised their heads in horror. Then they were shocked. The aura of 30 supremacies had long surpassed that of a second heaven supremacy. That terrifying aura was like an abyss that made people despair. The ordinary gang members sat on the ground and had no room to resist. The elders of the noxious blood gang were also trembling as they looked at the scene in horror. Su Hei's face was gloomy as he stared at the people above. His aura exploded as he resisted with all his might. Boom! 2 invisible forces exploded and slammed in all directions like waves. Some of the weaker martial artists were blown away. The terrifying energy hit the Wong family mansion's defensive barrier and made a rumbling sound. This sound also caused the Wong family members to become nervous. Countless disciples of the Wong family rushed out, but they were all stunned. They thought that the Blood Evil Gang would attack, but they didn't expect to see such a scene. Blood Evil Gang's normal gang leaders were long gone. They were all blown away by the terrifying pressure and fainted. The elders' faces were pale and their bodies were trembling, as if they would collapse at any moment. Only Su Hei was still stubbornly holding on. However, his expression was extremely ugly. "You, who exactly are you?" he asked through gritted teeth. He did not expect to encounter so many brazen martial artists. Moreover, they were targeting them. "Boss. Boss Su, it's him. It's that brat, he's back." Many elders were terrified. They had thought that with the new gang leader and Boss Su, they would be able to stand firm. However, when they saw him again, they were still trembling in fear. In particular, the battle scenes from a few days ago once again appeared in their minds. "What? It's him." After Su Hei heard this, he was stunned. He had a look of disbelief. The people of the Wong family also cried out in surprise. "Older brother Xian, Pavilion Master." When the group of people saw Lin Xian, their spirits were greatly lifted. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He looked down with a gloomy face. "Blood Evil Gang again, and it seems like another powerful person has come." Lin Xian stared at Su Hei below and squinted his eyes. The other party's aura was not any weaker than Tu Tian's. No wonder he could besiege the Wong family. Feeling Lin Xian's cold gaze, Su Hei's body trembled and his eyes were filled with fear. He actually felt fear. This made his mind go blank and unimaginable. Previously, he was disdainful and thought that the other party had used despicable means to kill Tu Tian. However, from the looks of it now, that was not the case at all. The spiritual energy and killing intent in the other party's eyes had definitely surpassed that of a second-level supremacy. Damn it, how can I be frightened by a brat? Su Hei shook his head furiously and glared back fiercely. Although the other party had the advantage in numbers, he was still a second-level supremacy. He could not lose face no matter what. "You're that Lin Xian?" Su Hei shouted coldly. "You dare to kill the leader of Blood Evil Gang. How dare you? Blood Evil Gang. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Looks like I haven't taught you enough of a lesson. I let you go the last time, but I didn't expect you to be so unrepentant. Since that's the case, there's no need for Blood Evil Gang to exist. His cold voice reverberated in all directions, and the hearts of the Blood Evil Gang's elders trembled. Su He shouted, "You want to destroy Blood Evil Gang? You must be tired of living. Let me tell you, our new leader is a peerless expert. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering dogs. There's a new leader? No wonder you're so arrogant." Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Brat, do you dare to come down and fight? I can kill you with one slash." Su He shouted coldly. He could not win against so many people who respected him. However, if he could anger Lin Xian and make the two of them fight one-on-one, he was confident that he could kill Lin Xian. "You want to fight one-on-one?" Lin Xian smiled. "You're not qualified." "That's right. Who do you think you are to fight one-on-one with Brother Xian?" Behind him, Howda scolded angrily. The other members of Dragon's Sword Pavilion also sneered. "You're courting death." Su He was furious. He had never been scolded before. He pulled out his long saber and slashed out. The saber light was like a rainbow as it quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian smiled disdainfully and punched out. This punch was too powerful. It directly shattered the saber light. What? Impossible! Su He was shocked. He had used all his strength in this attack, but the other party had casually broken it. He did not expect such a situation at all. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. That handsome young man was actually so terrifying. He shattered the attack of a second-level venerable with one punch. This was too monstrous. Lin Xian was disdainful. The fist technique he had just used was the heaven-opening fist that he had comprehended from the Kingstone statue. Its power was incomparably domineering. The other party was only a second-level venerable. There was no problem. After shattering the other party's attack with one punch, Lin Xian said coldly, "Members of Dragon's Sword Pavilion, listen up. Yes, today we will destroy the Blood Fiend Gang." As his voice spread, all the martial artists in Lion Moon City were shocked. One had to know that the Blood Fiend Gang had always been the #1 gang in the city. Now, someone actually wanted to destroy them. "You're courting death. How dare you touch the Blood Fiend Gang? Our gang leader will not let you off." Su He was furious. "Your gang leader? I will deal with him personally," Lin Xian said indifferently. Then he waved his arm. Immediately, the 30 members of Dragon's Sword Pavilion behind him rushed towards the Blood Fiend Gang, disciples below. Boom! A great battle broke out. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The elders of the Wang family also came out and attacked together. "Brother Xian!" Yu Fei looked at Lin Xian, who had landed on the ground, and shouted excitedly, "How are you? Are you all right?" Lin Xian saw the injuries on Yu Fei's body and frowned. "I'm fine." Yu Fei shook his head. "Brother Xian, the Blood Fiend Gang has a new gang leader. His strength is above Su Hei's. He is a second-level venerable expert. Moreover, he had brought a few powerful subordinates with him, making the Blood Fiend Gang stronger again." "No worries. Where is the headquarters of the Blood Fiend Gang?" Lin Xian asked. "The Blood Red Mansion in the center of the city," Yu Fei said. "Blood Red Mansion?" Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Then his figure flashed and disappeared. Chapter 768. There was no suspense in this battle. The noxious Blood Gang was defeated and had no room to fight back. Other than Su He, who was still fighting, the other elders were all wailing. The noxious Blood Gang only had 10 elders, while the Dragon's Sword Pavilion had 30. Moreover, these 30 people were not ordinary first-level venerables. They were genius martial artists. Although they were not outstanding in a place like Senma College, which was filled with monsters, they were geniuses in the outside world. Under normal circumstances, these people could challenge those of a higher level and crush those of the same level. It was not difficult for them to defeat the elders of the noxious blood gang. Su-hei was also very unlucky. He had many injuries on his body. He was a second-level venerables and had an innate advantage over first-level venerables. However, the other party had too many people. Close to 21st-level venerables were attacking him. Their terrifying techniques seemed to be free as they rained attacks on him like a torrential storm. He had not heard of such moves since the beginning of the battle. He could not take it at all. Ah! Su-hei roared and used his ultimate move. His long saber turned into a giant python and swept in all directions, forcing everyone to retreat. Then he shouted angrily, "Retreat!" There was no way to fight. They could only return to the headquarters and ask the gang leader to deal with these people. Su-hei was very confident in their gang leader's strength. He had fought with the gang leader before and lost after 30 moves. Therefore, their gang leader was very powerful. Seeing that Su-hei had retreated, the other gang members fled for their lives. As long as they escaped back to the headquarters, they would be fine. Where do you think you are going? Again, I haven't had enough. The Dragon Sword Pavilion people shouted from behind and chased after them. The group of people fled toward the Blood Red Mansion in the center of the city. Su-hei and the others fled the fastest and soon arrived in front of the Blood Red Mansion. All of a sudden, those people were filled with confidence. "Haha, little brats, see how I'll crush you later." Su-hei laughed sinisterly. He was too sullen today. He was surrounded and beaten by a group of young martial artists and did not have the strength to fight back. Therefore, in a while, he had to return the favor and kill all of these young martial artists. The others also shouted, "Humph, our gang leader is an expert among second-level venerables. He can kill you like dogs." That's right, the gang leader still has the 4 great guardian deities under him. He can kill all of you with one hand. A group of blood evil gang members shouted loudly, venting the anger in their hearts. The members of Dragon's Sword Pavilion stopped and looked cautiously at Blood Red Mansion. Looking at those people, it didn't seem like they were faking it. Perhaps there really was an expert among them. Everyone be careful. Howda reminded, "Ha ha ha, little brats, are you afraid now? Soon it will be your time to die." Scared my ass. There were also people who were indignant and slashed forward with their sabers. Clang! Su-hei shattered the blade radiance and revealed a hideous smile. "Just wait. Our gang leader will be out soon." Then he pushed open the vermilion door. But in the next moment, those people were stunned. Blood. The ground was covered in blood. Corpses. The disciples of the Blood Red Mansion were all lying in a pool of blood. What's going on? Su-hei and the others were stunned. The people from their headquarters were actually killed. Countless disciples of the Blood Evil Gang were terrified. Many of them pushed the door open, wanting to take a closer look. But the more they looked, the more frightened they became. In the end, they were all stunned. The members of Dragon's Sword Pavilion were also shocked. They would send experts out in the future, but they didn't expect it to be such a scene. "Let's go in and take a look." Howda led the others in. "Impossible, this is impossible. Who can kill our people in the headquarters?" Those elders went crazy. "Gang leader, where is the gang leader?" Everyone panicked. They had a bad premonition. "Go to the main hall." Su-hei and the others couldn't care less about the members of Dragon's Sword Pavilion. They wanted to know what was going on in the headquarters. "Gang leader." A group of people shouted and then quickly pushed open the door of the main hall. Then their minds went blank and they were stunned. "The gang leader you are talking about, is it him?" In the main hall, Lin Xian sat on the chair made of tiger skin in the middle and said with a smile. On the ground in front of him, there were a few corpses. Those people were dressed in extraordinary clothes, and there were still remnants of the aura of supremacies on them. Gang leader. Su Hei was the first to react and shouted in horror. Impossible, this is impossible. Illusion, it must be an illusion. He screamed in horror. Their gang leader was a god in his heart. However, this god had been slaughtered. Not only him, but the entire Noxious Blood Gang had gone crazy. The gang leader was dead, and so were the 4 Vajras. The powerful forces of the Noxious Blood Gang were all gone. Only Su Hei was left. They were in despair. They knew that the Noxious Blood Gang was finished. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion were very excited. They didn't expect Lin Xian to take care of everyone in the Noxious Blood Gang's headquarters. What Noxious Blood Gang? They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. They can't even withstand a single blow. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion sneered. The elders of the Wang family who followed were even more shocked. Such a terrifying gang leader was killed so easily. Their pavilion leader was really powerful. I said that there is no need for the Noxious Blood Gang to exist. Lin Xian stood up and said coldly, "I'll fight it out with you." Su Hei roared. He burned all his spiritual energy and attacked with his strongest attack. Not good retreat. The elders of the Noxious Blood Gang were terrified. This attack was too terrifying. It would probably affect a lot of people. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion also retreated to the side, looking worried. "Kid, let's die together." Su Hei laughed crazily. He admitted that Lin Xian was very powerful and that he couldn't defeat him. Therefore, he thought of a way to die together. This way, he could drag the other party down with him. Perish together? Lin Xian laughed. You don't have the right to do that. The next moment, he formed a seal with his palm, and a vermilion bird flew out. It was 3 feet long and covered in divine flames. The flaming vermilion bird circled in the air and quickly enveloped Su Hei. Buzz! The flames burned fiercely. Su Hei only had time to scream before he was enveloped by the flames and turned into ashes. Whoosh! The vermilion bird disappeared, leaving behind a pile of grayish-white powder. Everyone was terrified. A second-level venerable was burned to death in the blink of an eye. This method was terrifying. "Spare me, please spare me." Countless people of the Noxious Blood Gang knelt down and began to beg for mercy. In front of so many experts, they couldn't escape at all. They could only beg for mercy. "Brother Xian, what should we do?" Howda asked. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he flicked his finger, and translucent sword qi streaked across the air. It was very sharp and instantly pierced into the bodies of those elders. Those elders screamed, thinking that they were killed. However, in the next moment, they realized that they didn't die. Many people were stunned, not knowing what had happened. However, some shrewd elders quickly thanked the hero for not killing them. "I will definitely serve the hero." The others understood and kowtowed to thank him. "Don't worry, I won't kill you," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "But don't be happy too early. The sword qi that I sent in just now was to control and warn you. As long as I will, those sword qi will explode. You should know what will happen when the time comes." Chapter 769. If you dare to play any tricks, you should know the consequences. The elders of the Noxious Blood Gang were shocked. They felt the sword qi surging in their bodies as if it was going to split them apart. They immediately shook their heads in fear. "We don't dare! We don't dare!" Even the powerful gang leader and Su Hei were dead. How could they rebel? Besides, they couldn't resist the sword qi in their bodies at all. Lin Xian easily subdued these elders. As for the ordinary gang members, they didn't dare to be rash. In the blink of an eye, the #1 gang in Lion Moon City was annihilated. The gang leader and the powerful main force died in battle while the rest were subdued. The elders of the Wang family were dumbfounded and couldn't recover for a moment. Their family's great enemy was annihilated so easily. The young man in front of them was too powerful and mysterious. This time, not only did he come, but he also brought such a powerful team. For a moment, the Wang family's admiration for Lin Xian deepened. Lin Xian handed the subdued, noxious blood gang to the Dragon's Sword Pavilion and the Wang family to deal with. Soon, he brought everyone back to the Wang family's residence. "Welcome, Pavilion Master!" Everyone was excited. "Let's go in." Lin Xian waved his hand and let everyone in. In the Wang family's hall, Lin Xian sat in the middle and said to everyone, "This time the noxious blood gang has been annihilated. The remaining forces will be merged into the Wang family. We must make the Wang family the #1 family in Lion Moon City in the shortest time possible." "Yes, thank you, Pavilion Master." Everyone in the Wang family was excited. Lin Xian nodded slightly and said, "Of course, your Wang family's mission is also very important. In the Dragon's Sword Pavilion, the members of the Dragon's Sword Pavilion need you to refine pills. This shouldn't be a problem, right?" "No problem." The Wang family's patriarch hurriedly said, "Rest assured, Pavilion Master. I don't dare to say anything else, but when it comes to alchemy, our Wang family is confident." "That's good. Remember, I don't just want to destroy the noxious blood gang. I want the entire Lion Moon City. This is also the first city that our Dragon Sword Pavilion occupies." Hearing this, everyone was excited. "This is just the beginning. In the future, I will lead you step by step to the peak and compete with the other forces of the blood domain." Lin Xian's gaze was resolute. Yes, everyone was excited. They didn't expect Lin Xian to think so far ahead. The Senmu College students were even more excited. They felt their blood boiling. "All right, I'll send someone to collect the pills every half a month. If you have any difficulties in collecting the spiritual herbs, you can immediately report to me, and I'll send someone to help you," Lin Xian said to the Wang family elder. Then he turned to look at Yu Fei. "Have you investigated the identity of the new leader of the Blood Fiend gang?" "I have," Yu Fei said. The noxious blood gang was the same as the Green Wolf gang from before. They were both branches of large powers. The noxious blood gang was a branch of the Blood Demon Palace. The new gang leader and his subordinates were all transferred from the Blood Demon Palace. Then, shouldn't we make some preparations to prevent the Blood Demon Palace from retaliating? How to ask? Not for the time being. The Blood Demon Palace has been fighting with others recently. They won't be able to send out experts for the time being. Very good. Continue to collect information. Lin Xian said, "If possible, you'd better find some agile warriors and set up an information hall. After all, if we want to grow stronger in the future, we can't lack information." "Yes, Brother Xian, I've been thinking about this recently." Yu Fei said, "This time, I'll choose some from the Wang family and the noxious blood gang." After giving some instructions, Lin Xian left with the people of the Dragon's Sword Pavilion. Lin Xian and the others rushed back to Senmu College. When they arrived near Senmu College, an angry shout suddenly came from the side. "Watch out for my fist!" Boom! The void fluctuated and a terrifying crack was torn open. A fist expanded infinitely, like a meteorite from outer space, quickly enveloping everyone. This power was extremely shocking. It was definitely not below the second layer of the Venerable Realm. Everyone turned pale with fright and scattered. Whoosh! Many people were swept by the fist wind and immediately felt their blood boil. Their faces turned pale. So strong! Everyone was shocked. This power was too strong. Where did this expert come from? He actually ambushed them here. Boom! The ground was penetrated, and a terrifying crack spanned 1,000 meters. Lin Xian's face darkened. His gaze was like a sword as he scanned the surroundings. The punch just now had enveloped all of them. It was enough to show how terrifying and conceited the person was. The void fluctuated, and a huge figure appeared. It was like an ancient, demonic mountain standing in front of them. The aura on its body was extremely powerful, causing everyone to be unable to breathe. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This was definitely an expert. "You guys go first," he said to Hao Da and the others. "Brother Xian, be careful." Hao Da and the others quickly said. They knew that they couldn't help at this level at all. They would only be a hindrance here. It was better to leave and let Lin Xian fight properly. After experiencing so much, they believed in Lin Xian's strength. Soon, these people turned into rays of light and left. Only Lin Xian was left to confront the mysterious person alone. In the next moment, Lin Xian released an extremely powerful sword qi. It was as if the sword god had been reborn. In the distance, the majestic figure was surrounded by light. It was impossible to see whether it was real or fake. However, he laughed and punched again. Boom! Terrifying energy was used. It was like an ancient giant elephant galloping. It crushed the void and rushed towards Lin Xian quickly. Lin Xian clenched his fist, and the sword of slaughter appeared. The sword qi on his body also changed rapidly, turning into a blood-red color. A monstrous, murderous aura surged out and swept through heaven and earth. It was as if the Azura hell had descended. Lin Xian's sword of slaughter was already very powerful, now that he had obtained the blood sword of slaughter inheritance. Its power had reached the peak. He slashed out with his sword. The sword qi was like a blood-red lightning. It carried a monstrous aura and quickly slashed out. Boom! Uft! The ancient giant elephant that was condensed from vast energy was cut apart. It let out a wail. The blood-red sword qi's aura did not change. It quickly slashed towards the mysterious figure in front of it. Boom! The figure laughed loudly. He waved his fist and directly bombarded the blood-red sword qi. Dong! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire sky trembled. The mysterious figure actually used his fists to fight against the sword of slaughter. Lin Xian was also surprised. He had never seen such a ferocious martial artist. In the next moment, the mysterious figure waved his fist again. It was like a violent storm. Boom! 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 After 3 punches, the blood-red sword qi suddenly shattered. It turned into a sea of blood that surged in all directions. It was shattered. Lin Xian was even more surprised. Although he had only used 30% of his strength, the sword qi was not something that an ordinary second-level honorable realm could resist. Haha, that was fun. Again. In the distance, the mysterious figure laughed loudly. He then rushed out quickly. Whoosh! A violent wind blew. The figure was too majestic. He directly rushed over with a gust of wind. Wherever he passed, rocks flew and trees were blown away. That aura was something that even a first-level honorable realm could not resist. Boom! Another punch was thrown. The terrifying fist was like a demonic elephant from the divine domain. It smashed down fiercely. The power was too terrifying. It could be said to be earth-shattering. One punch was enough to shatter space and seal the surroundings. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was trapped under the fist. Chapter 770. The mysterious man punched out and formed a deity, realm demonic elephant. It sealed off the surroundings and charged toward Lin Xian. The punch was so terrifying that it tore the space apart. Lin Xian activated his dark art and punched out as well. Sky opening fist. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he waved his fist as well. The power of the fist was overwhelming and domineering, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Boom! The powerful punch collided with the deity, realm demonic elephant, creating a destructive energy storm that swept out in all directions. Lin Xian took a step back as his arm felt numb. Opposite him, the mysterious man also retreated, but his aura was even stronger. Haha, take another punch. Boom! Another punch was thrown out. This punch was like a dragon that roared and surged. Kill! Lin Xian took a step forward and created a huge shockwave in the air. He was like a shooting star as he charged forward quickly. The aura of the sky opening fist was completely unleashed by him. The two of them fought fiercely, each punch hitting the flesh. It was terrifying. The nearby mountains and forests were all destroyed by the shockwaves from the two of them. The martial artists who passed by were shocked when they saw the scene. How terrifying! Is this a battle between experts on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard? Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked at the terrifying battlefield. Boom! Another attack. In the sky, Lin Xian and the mysterious man separated again. Haha, awesome. The mysterious man laughed. Who are you? Lin Xian frowned and asked in a low voice. Although the mysterious man's punch was fierce, there was no killing intent in it. This meant that the mysterious man only wanted to spar with him and did not intend to fight to the death. Hee, little brother, don't you recognize me? The mysterious man retracted the light on his body. You are Dongfang Xiong. Lin Xian was shocked. The mysterious man in front of him was his friend from the Tianan region, Dongfang Xiong. I didn't expect you to be here too. That's great. Lin Xian said happily. Right, why didn't you look for me? Why are you waiting for me here? You don't just want to fight with me, right? Little brother, you definitely won't be able to guess why I'm waiting for you here, Dongfang Xiong said with a chuckle. What is the reason? I was sent by Dao Spirit Association. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and said, that group of bastards actually wanted me to kill little brother Fong. They're really courting death. Lin Xian really hadn't guessed it. Then what should we do? Do you still want to attack? Of course not. I've already spent enough time in the Dao Spirit Association. I've come this time because I want to follow you, Dongfang Xiong said. Good brother. Lin Xian reached out and shook Dongfang Xiong's hand. Let's go. I'll bring you to meet the rest of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. The two of them turned into streaks of light and quickly left. Academy freshman area. Wang Li and the others were a little worried. It's been so long. Why hasn't Big Brother Xian returned yet? Do you want to take a look? No, Big Brother Xian is very strong. He will definitely be fine. Everyone was discussing, but at this moment someone exclaimed, Look, Big Brother Xian is back. Sure enough, with a flash of light in the sky, two figures descended. One of them was Lin Xian. The other person was a young man with a majestic figure. He was like a giant standing beside Lin Xian. Although he had a silly smile on his face, the aura emitted from his body was even more terrifying than that of a demon general. It was as if he was a dormant ancient beast that would erupt soon. Brother Xian, this is? Everyone was puzzled. Let me introduce you. This is my good brother, Dongfang Xiong. Lin Xian said with a smile. Brother Xiong is very strong. He is not inferior to me. This time, Brother Xiong has come to join us and fight for the world with us. What? Really? Everyone was happy. Their Dragon Sword Pavilion lacked experts the most. Now that Dongfang Xiong had joined, it was undoubtedly their greatest help. Hello, Brother Xiong. Since it was Brother Xian who had personally introduced him, then his strength was definitely not a problem. Hee, we will all be brothers in the future. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and said, In the future, if anyone bullies you, I will help you vent your anger. Let's go and drink. The group of people chatted and laughed as they walked towards the courtyard. Just as Lin Xian was feeling good, the Dao Spirit Association was filled with dark clouds. What did you say? Not only did Dongfang Xiong not capture Lin Xian, he even went to drink with him? Are you sure? It's absolutely true. From the looks of it, Dongfang Xiong has already joined the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Bang! When Yan Qingyang heard this, he was so angry that he smashed the table into powder. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura as if he wanted to tear the entire hall apart. Young Master Yang. The expressions of the surrounding people were also ugly. The Dragon Sword Pavilion must be destroyed. Lin Xian will definitely be trampled under my feet. Yan Qingyang was so angry that he was trembling. Too despicable. Their capable general had actually gone to drink with the enemy and even joined the enemy camp. This was a slap to their faces. If this were to spread out, their Tao Spirit Association would definitely become a laughingstock. Young Master Yang, are we going to make a move? Someone asked. No. Yan Qingyang's face was gloomy as he shook his head. Keep a close eye on the news from the Dragon Sword Pavilion and pass this information to the Greedy Wolf Association. I think they would rather the Dragon Sword Pavilion disappear. Yan Qingyang smiled sinisterly. With the addition of Dongfang Xiong, the strength of the Dragon Sword Pavilion had increased greatly. Lin Xian was also very happy. However, there was one thing that surprised him even more. Murong Qingcheng had made it onto the mysterious honorable leaderboard. Although she was ranked 78th, it was enough to shock the world. In the history of Senmu College, it was extremely rare for a freshman to be able to make it onto the mysterious honorable leaderboard. Anyone like that would become a powerful figure in the future. This news swept through the entire Senmu College like a gust of wind. Countless people were shocked and envious at the same time. Lin Xian looked at the 10,000 zhang tall black steel and saw Murong Qingchen's name on it and sighed. This chick is really fast. It seemed like he had to hurry up. Hee, I've surpassed you. Murong Qingcheng looked at Lin Xian and laughed. Why did you make a move so quickly? Did you make a breakthrough? Lin Xian asked. No. In the past few days when you were not around, there was a guy who was like a fly. He was very annoying, so I had to make a move. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. So that was the case. However, that ignorant brother was really unlucky. Mysterious honorable leaderboard. It seems like I have to make a move too. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. Who are you going to challenge? Murong Qingcheng asked curiously. The leader of the ravenous wolf gang, Lai Lang. Lai Lang. Murong Qingcheng turned her head and looked at the 10,000 zhang tall stone tablet. There, on the 75th position, was the name of Fierce Wolf. Soon, Lin Xian made a move. He did his best to investigate the ravenous wolf gang's movements. He had decided to make a decision with the ravenous wolf gang. Dao Lingang also secretly told the ravenous wolf gang about the situation of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. In the end, the two gangs met in the Scarlet Forest. Humph, trash. Today is the day you die. Hua Tiany's face was ferocious as he looked at the Dragon's Sword Pavilion in front of him. This time, he had to vent all the anger in his heart. He wanted to put all the humiliation he had suffered on the Dragon's Sword Pavilion. Chapter 771. Trash? You're the trash. A group of seniors can't even beat us newcomers. If you're not trash, then what are you? The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion retaliated. Humph, cut the crap. Where's Lin Xian? Tell him to come out and die. Hua Tiany's eyes were fierce. Brother Xian is so busy. How can a worm like you see him? The Hao brother sneered. He didn't come? Hua Tiany was stunned, then sneered, trash indeed. You ants. How dare you be so arrogant when your boss isn't here? You really don't know how to write the word death. Today, let me teach you the rules. Hua Tiany sneered, then struck out with his palm. A terrifying palm shadow covered the sky and grabbed at the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion. The aura was terrifying. Before the light palm arrived, the palm wind had already torn the ground apart. Hua Tiany was a second-level venerable, and his strength was powerful. This palm was probably unparalleled in Dragon Sword Pavilion. Hahadai, the people of Greedy Wolf Gang sneered. At this moment, energy suddenly surged from Dragon Sword Pavilion's side, and an immemorial demonic elephant condensed, as heavy as a demon mountain. Its long nose curled up and directly shattered the light palm. What? Hua Tiany was stunned. He did not expect his attack to be so easily broken. Who is it? Could it be Lin Xian? His eyes were gloomy. However, in the next moment, a giant young man walked out from the crowd of Dragon Sword Pavilion. His muscles were like dragons, filled with wild power. Hee, if you want to hurt them, defeat me first. Dongfang Xiong stood out. Who are you? Hua Tianyi frowned. Although he did not recognize the other party, the wild aura on the young man made him uneasy. I'll deal with him. You guys do it, he said to the members of Greedy Wolf Gang behind him. Suddenly, countless figures rushed out. Brothers, go. On Dragon Sword Pavilion's side, Wang Li commanded a group of people and quickly made a move. The two sides finally engaged in a great battle. Although Lin Xian did not appear on the battlefield, he was not idle either. According to the information he had received, he came to a mountain stream. According to the information, Lai Lang would usually cultivate here. This place was surrounded by mountains. On one side was a high cliff, and on the other side was a waterfall and flying rocks. The vegetation was lush, and it was indeed suitable for cultivation. Lin Xian arrived, looked around, and narrowed his eyes. On a mountain peak he saw a figure. He was tall and well-built, dressed in black, and sat there cross-legged. His entire being gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. On the mountain peak, the figure seemed to have sensed someone and suddenly opened his eyes. It was like a divine spear that pierced through the void, sharp to the extreme. Those who disturb my cultivation die. His voice was cold and emotionless. Boom! A shocking beam of light shot towards Lin Xian like a divine rainbow from beyond the heavens. This attack was very powerful. Even a second-level Venerate might not be able to withstand it. Whoosh! Lin Xian used an Earth-class movement technique, and like a ghost, he dodged the attack in the blink of an eye before reappearing at his original spot. His speed was very fast. To an outsider, it was as if he hadn't moved at all. However, beneath his feet was a terrifying abyss with no bottom to be seen. One could imagine how terrifying the attack was. You are Lai Lang? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. You dodged it? The figure frowned and was surprised. He could sense that the young man below him only had the aura of a first-level Venerate. He could kill such a person with one hand. However, the young man had dodged his attack. That's right, I am Lai Lang. The figure said, Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Young man, if you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I will kill you. You want an answer? It's simple, Lin Xian said with a smile. You have been on the Mystic Honorable Board for long enough. Why don't you exchange places with me? Mystic Honorable Board? You want to challenge me? Lai Lang laughed in disdain when he heard this. Young man, do you know how many people challenge me every day? Do you know how many second-level Venerates there are among them? However, they all failed, and they all ended up in a miserable state. As for you, I am not interested in a first-level Venerate. Kneel down and apologize. Break one of your arms, and I can spare your life. You are too confident. Just because others can't, it doesn't mean that I can't. Remember, my name is Lin Xian. After he finished speaking, Lin Xian turned into a ray of light and dashed out before Lai Lang could react. You overestimate yourself, Lai Lang said with disdain. His 5 fingers turned into claws and grabbed at Lin Xian. His 5 fingers were as thick as mountains, and 5 ferocious wolf heads appeared on his fingertips. They roared and bit at Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian was enveloped. Sky-opening fist. Lin Xian was like a god of war. He was ferocious as he threw out a punch and attacked upwards. This punch had the power to split the sky. It was extremely powerful, and the surging power was like a wave. It was breathtaking. Boom, boom, boom. When the two of them collided, it was like a thunder drum. The terrifying sound waves were vast and mighty, shattering all the nearby mountains. The ground cracked as if it had been cut by countless knives and swords. It was terrifying. The attack from the two of them was terrifying. The huge palm was pushed back, creating a strong gust of wind. Lin Xian also took a few steps back. He was shocked. No wonder Lai Lang was an expert on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard. He was indeed powerful. An ordinary second-level honorable would not be able to take his punch. However, it only pushed Lai Lang back and did not cause any substantial damage. It seemed that Lai Lang was indeed powerful. Lai Lang was even more shocked. He had thought that his attack would definitely take Lai Lang's life. However, not only did he not succeed, but he was also pushed back. One had to know that Lai Lang was only a first-level honorable. His cultivation was one level lower than his. However, Lai Lang's strength was not inferior to his. "Kid, you have made me serious," Lai Lang said coldly. "Next, you will know what despair is." Swoosh! His body swayed and he quickly charged over. 10,000 wolves gallop. With a furious roar, the spiritual qi in the area surged like a tide. Countless spiritual qi condensed and formed tens of thousands of demon wolves that danced in the air. These demon wolves covered the sky and the earth. They carried a vast amount of energy as they rushed toward Lin Xian. At the same time, Lai Lang waved his hand again and grabbed a nearby mountain and threw it at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was using the heaven opening fist. He was like an ancient ferocious beast, rampaging about and filling the sky with opportunities to attack. He threw out a punch and punched through the huge mountain. If that's all you have, then it's too disappointing. Lin Xian shouted coldly and threw out a lightning storm. "Humph, today I'll let you see my true power." Lai Lang was also angry. He realized that this opponent was very difficult to deal with, so he decided to go all out. Wolf God Fist. Red light surged and heat waves gushed out. Terrifying flames appeared on his fist and formed the head of a flaming wolf. Lai Lang sneered and threw out a punch. Whoosh! A sea of fire surged into the sky like a flaming wolf, burning the surrounding forest to ashes. The waterfall in the distance was also evaporated, emitting mist. This punch was extremely terrifying, as if it could burn everything. Chapter 772. Powerful fire-based energy filled the surroundings, bringing with it a thick barbecue smell. Like a fiery beast, it pounced towards Lin Xian. Fire-based. Lin Xian smirked. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and used the vermilion bird seal. Buzz! A vermilion bird, bathed in divine flames, rushed out. Roar! The two fire-based divine beasts clashed in the sky. It was a horrifying sight. Endless fiery light, like the divine light of the sun, swallowed up the sky mightily. Fierce Wolf's face darkened. He snorted and punched again. Lightning Rush Wolf. This time it was a divine wolf that was bathed in lightning. It quickly swept through the sky. Powerful lightning energy pierced through the heavens and the earth, reaching the clouds as if the god of thunder had descended. Countless bolts of lightning spread out and struck down continuously, piercing through the ground and creating deep, charred pits. The lightning divine wolf howled and rushed towards the vermilion bird. Lin Xian roared and used the second form of the vermilion bird seal again. Powerful energy suddenly exploded. This attack came from the King Stone statue. It was extremely powerful and instantly destroyed the two divine wolf phantoms. "Your lightning isn't strong enough," Lin Xian said with a smile. "You're courting death." Fierce Wolf's face darkened and he almost vomited blood. The two punches just now were extremely terrifying. A second-level honorable could not withstand them. Other than those on the Mystic Honorable board, no one could withstand them. However, a brat at the first celestial layer was able to withstand it and even shattered his attack. Fierce Wolf was furious. He no longer held back. He wanted to kill the brat in front of him. Lightning and flames surged on his fists. The two violent energies surged and emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. When he punched out, countless lights flashed. It was as if a meteorite had fallen, bringing with it countless flames. It was as if a lightning tribulation had descended. In an instant, the entire mountain range was covered. It was a terrifying scene that could destroy the world. Lin Xian snorted. He pulled out the wind shadow sword and quickly slashed out a few times. A flaming sword radiance, like a long river of fire, slashed forward majestically. The next sword was intertwined with golden lightning. Golden electric arcs danced and formed a lightning dragon that roared. Sword chi surged and swept out in all directions. It collided with the divine wolf's shadow and released a shocking sound, like the rumbling of a bell or drum. The two divine wolves let out a mournful wail. Soon after, they split into two halves. What? Fierce Wolf finally frowned. His face was gloomy and terrible. He realized that no matter what moves he used, his opponent would always be able to break through them. Damn it, where the hell did this kid come from? Fierce Wolf's eyes were dark as he coldly snorted. I don't believe you can break this. Thunderfire transformation. He clenched his fists and punched forward, forming a demonic wolf that was 100 feet tall. Half of the flames overflowed into the heavens, while the other half surged with lightning. It was extremely astonishing. Humph, the fusion of lightning and fire? You're still far from it. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up in disdain. He pulled out his long sword, and on the tip of the sword the two elements quickly fused, forming a dazzling sword chi. Wind thunder cut. With a slash of his sword, the wind and clouds lost their color. Puff! Wherever the sword light passed, the void was sliced apart. The 300-meter-long devil wolf that was charging through the air was suddenly split in two. What impossible! Fierce Wolf's pupils shrank as his heart raced. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations. He could even break through the combination of his two elements. Furthermore, from the looks of it, Lin Xian hadn't used his full strength. Humph. I admit that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. However, you're too naive if you think you can win against me like this. Fierce Wolf snorted. Entering the Mystic Sovereign list wasn't just a symbol of fame, but also many substantial benefits. Therefore, he wasn't willing to withdraw. With a flick of his finger, a long spear jumped out and was held in his hand. The tip of the spear danced, and countless spear shadows flickered, covering the entire space. It was a top-grade spiritual artifact, the 100 Lava Spear. With the spear in his hand, Fierce Wolf's aura increased greatly, and his eyes became sharper. Kid Die. With a top-grade spiritual artifact, his attack power would increase by 3 times, and he would definitely be able to crush his opponent. The long spear swept out and pierced straight towards Lin Xian. Its power had become even stronger, and a single spear strike could destroy a second-rank supremacy. A top-grade spiritual artifact? Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He then put away the wind shadow sword and clenched his fist. Countless blood-red aura gathered and formed a killing sword. Kill! With a roar, a terrifying killing intent surged out like a wave, dyeing the entire sky red. What a strong killing intent! Fierce Wolf frowned. He had never seen such a bloody aura before. Boom! 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 An intense collision occurred in the air. The long spear and demonic sword clashed, emitting ear-piercing demonic howls. Every collision caused the air to tremble. The more Fierce Wolf fought, the more shocked he became. He couldn't believe that a first-rank supremacy could have such a strong attack power, especially when he took out a top-grade spiritual artifact. Even that wasn't a problem for Lin Xian. He didn't know that Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul was an offensive sacred art, and its attack power was number 1. Compared to it, those artifacts were too weak. Man and spear as one. Fierce Wolf was unwilling to give up, and he quickly used his ultimate move. Light bloomed from his body, and the shadow of a demonic wolf appeared behind him. It was his martial soul. He decided to use all his strength to deal with this mysterious enemy in front of him. After using his martial soul, fierce wolf strength was even more terrifying. He held the long spear in his hand and rushed over. A light flashed in the air, and with a surge of fire and lightning, he arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Die! The light of the spear flashed and stabbed towards Lin Xian's head. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and blood-red killing intent condensed on his body, forming a large hand and grabbing it. Buzz! Then he waved the blood-red killing sword and swept it out. Puff! Blood splattered. Fierce Wolf's defense was cut open, and the light on his body dimmed. A terrifying sword mark appeared on his abdomen, almost cutting him in half. Stop! I admit defeat. Fierce Wolf's face turned pale, and he screamed in horror. He didn't dare to fight anymore. This sword had almost taken his life. If he continued, he would be seriously injured, even if he didn't die. For people like Fierce Wolf, they must have offended many people. Under normal circumstances, it would be fine, but if they were seriously injured, those enemies would definitely come for revenge. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to be found by his enemies, so he could only admit defeat. Lin Xian didn't continue to fight. If he continued to fight, he would just beat him up, and he couldn't really kill him. It was meaningless. Moreover, he had achieved his goal, so he stopped. I admit defeat. You win. This is the Mystic Supreme Mirror. Fierce Wolf quickly stopped his wound, and then took off a light golden metal ring from his arm. The metal ring emitted a faint light, and the words Mystic Supreme Mirror 75 were engraved on it. Do I just have to bring it along? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Fierce Wolf nodded. His face was very pale. Lin Xian's sword Qi contained a strong killing intent, and there was also the fierce aura of the great dragon sword soul, which was very difficult to remove. This point made him suffer greatly. Lin Xian took the Mystic Supreme Mirror and put on his arm. Suddenly, the Mystic Supreme Mirror flashed and disappeared. Chapter 7, 73. Lin Xian put the Mystic Supreme Mirror on his arm and it disappeared. At the same time, the name on the huge black stone tablet in Senma College changed again. In the 75th place, the original Fierce Wolf had become Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian? It's Lin Xian, another freshman. Everyone in the college was shocked. They did not expect another freshman to enter the Mystic Supreme leaderboard in such a short time. Lin Xian is really scary. I didn't expect him to climb up the leaderboard so quickly after Morong Qingqing. Yeah, and his ranking is even higher than Morong Qingqing's. This guy won't become a big shot in the future, right? Everyone was talking about it with envy. Those who were familiar with Lin Xian had different expressions. Morong Qingqing snorted. I didn't expect this guy to enter the leaderboard so quickly. No, I'm going to challenge him again. Xiao Li looked at the Mystic Supreme leaderboard and his eyes lit up. He decided to enter the Mystic Supreme leaderboard as well. Xin Yaotian's face was gloomy. He did not have the ability to enter the Mystic Supreme leaderboard yet. That D***MN guy. How can he be so strong? Xin Yaotian gritted his teeth. At the same time, he felt helpless. The gap between him and Lin Xian was getting bigger and bigger. It would not be long before he was completely left in the dust. At Dao Ling Association, Yan Qingyang's face darkened when he heard the news. Fierce Wolf is useless. He actually lost to a freshman. How useless? Lin Xian, right? Since you're on the Mystic Supreme leaderboard, don't blame me for being rude. Then he laughed coldly. What an idiot. I can't do anything if you're not on the leaderboard. Now, I'll let you know the difference between us. In the past, although he hated Lin Xian, he could not do anything because of his status. Otherwise, a Mystic Supreme leaderboard expert who bullied a freshman would be despised by everyone. He could not afford to lose face. However, things were different now. Although Lin Xian was a freshman, he was on the Mystic Supreme leaderboard. The two of them were of equal status. Yan Qingyang could attack him without any hesitation. Therefore, Yan Qingyang decided to kill Lin Xian. Moreover, he wanted to trample on him in front of everyone. On the other side, Lin Xian felt a mysterious energy coming from the mystic supreme mirror and was shocked. I didn't expect this mystic supreme mirror to be a treasure. It communicated with a black stone tablet that had the mysterious sovereign ranking inscribed on it. It was able to provide spiritual qi, which was equivalent to a small-scale formation. It was equivalent to having a spiritual gathering array. It was no wonder that everyone was willing to be listed on the Mystic Supreme leaderboard. Even a small Mystic Supreme mirror had such an effect. He wondered what other special benefits he would encounter in the future. Very Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Then he looked at Ardent Wolf and smiled. Seeing Lin Xian smile, Crack's body trembled. He frowned and asked, "What else do you want?" "You should know about the Ravenous Wolf Gang and the Dragon Sword Pavilion, right?" "Dragon Sword Pavilion?" Xian Lang frowned. He had heard Hua Tianyi mention it before, but he did not take it to heart. Although he was the boss of the Ravenous Wolf Gang, Hua Tianyi was the one who did the actual work. He only knew that the Dragon Sword Pavilion was a new force. Since they dared to provoke the Ravenous Wolf Gang, he had already sent Hua Tianyi to teach them a lesson. "I've heard a little about it, but I've left it to Hua Tianyi," Xian Lang said. "All right, let me remind you. I'm the boss of the Dragon Sword Pavilion," Lin Xian said with a smile. "What? The Dragon Sword Pavilion is yours?" Xian Lang exclaimed. Then his face turned ugly. No wonder Lin Xian had come looking for him for the first challenge. It was because of this. Your Ravenous Wolf Gang is still fighting with the Dragon Sword Pavilion. You know what to do, right? "I know." Xian Lang gritted his teeth. He was extremely sullen, but when he thought of Lin Xian's methods and the pain from his abdomen, he lost his temper. In this world, the strong were always respected. "That's good. Come with me," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then he stomped his foot and rushed into the sky. Xian Lang took a deep breath and followed behind. Scarlet Forest. The people of the Ravenous Wolf Gang and the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were locked in an intense battle. In the distance, Hua Tianyi and Dongfang Xiong were also evenly matched. Dongfang Xiong had a silly smile on his face. He was very happy to be able to fight to his heart's content with the strong. However, Hua Tianyi didn't think so. He was very sullen in his heart. Previously, he had been played by Lin Xian, so he had a belly full of anger. He wanted to get back at him this time. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian didn't come at all. Instead, there was another newcomer who was on par with him. How depressing. How humiliating. Hua Tianyi was about to go crazy. "Die, brat!" he shouted angrily. The aura on his body surged, forming a blue giant. Light flowed on it, emitting a terrifying aura. Boom! As soon as the blue giant appeared, the ground trembled. He was like an ancient ferocious beast, rampaging in all directions. Poof! He threw a punch, and a powerful energy blasted fiercely at Dongfang Xiong. "Haha, I can do it too." Dongfang Xiong laughed. Then, with a low shout, he suddenly rose into the air, forming a bronze giant. He had a tall body, strong muscles, and was filled with wild power. He was like a primitive giant roaring at the sky. Boom! The two giants fought, and the destructive power was shocking. Soon, the area within 1,000 meters was destroyed beyond recognition. Just as the battle was about to end, two rays of light suddenly appeared in the sky. "President, it's the president. Boss is here." When the people of the Ravenous Wolf Gang realized that the figure was their boss, Xian Lang, they immediately cheered happily. Their boss was an elite on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. He was extremely powerful and could defeat everyone from the Dragon Sword Pavilion with one hand. "Haha, our boss is here. You guys can wait for your death. Keep being arrogant, and I'll kill you later." The people of the Ravenous Wolf Gang began to clamor. After fighting for so long, they still couldn't take down the Dragon Sword Pavilion. They were quite sullen. Now they could finally bully others. Hua Tianyi also laughed loudly. The blue giant bloomed with light. Like us, there's only one outcome. However, to their surprise, Xianlang suddenly roared, "All of you, stop!" Hearing this, the people of the ravenous wolf gang stopped and retreated to the side. They didn't understand what was going on. Hua Tianyi also stopped and retreated the blue giant to meet up with the others. The people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion gathered together with solemn expressions. The other party's boss was here. To them, this wasn't good news. Everyone stopped and raised their heads to look at the sky. That is, Brother Xian. The people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion realized that there was another figure behind Xianlang. It was Lin Xian. Brother Xian is here too? But why is he with Xianlang? The people of the Ravenous Wolf Gang also noticed this and immediately laughed out loud. Haha, what Brother Xian? Your Brother Xian has already become our boss underling. Yeah, didn't you see him following behind our boss? Haha, the Dragon Sword Pavilion will also be the underling of the Ravenous Wolf Gang in the future. The people of the Ravenous Wolf Gang clamored, extremely arrogant. Chapter 774. Seeing the arrival of the fierce wolf, the people from the greedy wolf gang began to act arrogantly again. The people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion were furious. They did not believe that Lin Xian would lose. Bullshit! You are the lackey. Your whole family is the lackey. Even if our Dragon Sword Pavilion dies in battle, we will not submit. You still dare to be stubborn? Hua Tianyi sneered and slapped him. In the next moment, he was sent flying and crashed into a forest. Everyone was stunned, because the one who attacked was none other than the boss of the Greedy Wolf Gang, Fierce Wolf, especially the people from the Greedy Wolf Gang. They were so scared that they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Hua Tianyi also got up and asked with a face full of surprise, "Boss, shut up. I don't have a useless little brother like you." The Fierce Wolf shouted angrily, "Useless thing, causing trouble for me all day long. Hurry up and apologize to Brother Xian and the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Apologize. Apologize." This time, it was the Dragon Sword Pavilion's turn to be stunned. This situation was a bit strange. Could it be? Everyone looked at Lin Xian, only to see the latter looking at them with a smile on his face. "Boss, have you been bewitched?" Hua Tianyi was also stunned. How could he apologize to the other party? So much nonsense. Are you the boss, or am I the boss? The fierce wolf shouted angrily, "Hurry up and apologize!" And all of you apologize. The people from the Greedy Wolf Gang were all stunned. They never dreamed that such a day would come. However, facing the furious fierce wolf, they did not dare to rebel, especially Hua Tianyi. When he saw the blood on Fierce Wolf's clothes, his eyelids immediately twitched. Could it be he didn't dare to think further and quickly apologized? "Brother Xian, this time it was my fault. I apologize to you." Stunned. Everyone was stunned. The people from the Greedy Wolf Gang and the Dragon Sword Pavilion were all dumbstruck. Very quickly, the people from the Greedy Wolf Gang reacted and apologized one after another with a very humble attitude. Wang, Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others' hearts were beating wildly. This happiness came too suddenly. "Brother Xian, are you satisfied?" The fierce wolf turned around and asked. "Brother Xian?" The people from the Greedy Wolf Gang were about to go crazy. Their boss was calling a new student Brother Xian. Moreover, he looked very humble, as if Lin Xian was the boss of the Greedy Wolf Gang. Dream, I must be dreaming. Many people from the Greedy Wolf Gang slapped themselves in the face, trying to wake themselves up. They could not accept such a scene. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion were equally shocked, their hearts filled with incomparable joy. Look, that's their Brother Xian. Even the boss of the Greedy Wolf Gang bowed his head in front of him. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded slightly. "Remember, don't let me see you doing evil again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "Yes, yes." Fierce Wolf quickly nodded. He didn't look like the boss of the Greedy Wolf Gang, but more like Lin Xian's henchman. The members of the Greedy Wolf Gang were very sullen, but at the same time, they were even more frightened. What method did Lin Xian use to make their boss so humble and obedient? Lin Xian waved his hand and led the Dragon Sword Pavilion members away. After they left, the members of the Greedy Wolf Gang started to panic. Boss, why? Why did you apologize? That's right, it would have been great if we had just killed them. The group of people were puzzled. Shut up! Fierce Wolf roared angrily. His body emitted a terrifying aura, scaring everyone so much that they didn't dare to say another word. Hua Tianyi frowned and asked in a low voice, Boss, what happened? Are you injured? Injured. The members of the Greedy Wolf Gang were shocked and immediately became nervous. Their boss was an expert on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. He was powerful. Who could injure him? Could it be another expert on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard? We've lost this time. Fierce Wolf's face was gloomy. That kid is too strange. I was careless and lost to him. What? Everyone was stunned, as if they had been struck by lightning. They were unable to speak for a long time. Their boss had actually lost, and he had lost to a freshman. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts trembled. They felt a great fear towards Lin Xian. Listen up, you are not allowed to provoke the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion in the future. Fierce Wolf said in a deep voice. The members of the Greedy Wolf Gang were silent. Even without Fierce Wolf's words, they didn't dare. Even their boss had lost. They didn't want to die. On the other side, when the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion found out about this, they were all celebrating. Lin Xian had become the head of the mysterious sovereign leaderboard, raising the status of Dragon Sword Pavilion once again. I say, as the boss of the Greedy Wolf Gang, why does Fierce Wolf act like a grandson when he sees Big Brother Xian? Those people are asking for a beating. They're just a bunch of trash. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion were disdainful. When Lin Xian returned to Senmu College, the entire freshman area was in an uproar. The members of Dragon Sword Pavilion who had stayed behind were all excited. As if they had been injected with chicken blood, they quickly rushed into the sky. The other freshmen also looked at the sky with envy. Many people decided to join Dragon Sword Pavilion. Big Brother Xian is mighty. Everyone raised their arms and shouted excitedly. Lin Xian stared at the name inscribed on the 10,000-meter tall stone monument as his heart was filled with lofty sentiments. Finally, he had taken the most important step in the Immortal Martial Academy. Of course, in his heart, this was only the beginning. His goal was the name written in purple and gold at the top of the stone tablet, Duguoutian. He was also the first person on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. The news of Lin Xian becoming a mysterious sovereign leaderboard expert spread, and Dragon Sword Pavilion welcomed a wave of applications. Many freshmen came to register, and even some older students came. There was no other way. Lin Xian was very strong and had a promising future. He had become a mysterious sovereign leaderboard expert as soon as he entered the college. What would happen in the future? They had to join now, or they would regret it in the future. Very quickly, Dragon Sword Pavilion became the largest society among the freshmen. Its number of members reached 500. Even among the older students, it was not a weak force. Of course, some people were happy, while others were unhappy. Yan Qingyang was one of those unhappy people. He was not only unhappy, he was furious. Let's go. Let's go meet that Lin Xian. He roared angrily and set off with the Tao Spirit Association's people, rushing angrily towards the freshman area. At this time, the freshman area was in jubilation. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion had organized a huge banquet, and everyone was celebrating together. In addition to many people joining, some other societies came to congratulate them and try to build a relationship. After all, the waters of the Immortal Martial Academy were extremely deep. It would be good to have another powerful ally. Bam! Just as everyone was celebrating, a strong force suddenly came and kicked over some of the tables in the periphery. A strong wind swept, and a powerful aura spread throughout the freshman area. Who is it? Suddenly, the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion were all startled and looked in front of them in shock. There were dozens of figures standing there like gods and demons, especially the person in the middle. His vitality was like the sea, and he was extremely powerful. Tao Spirit Society. Everyone gasped, and their expressions were extremely serious. That was right. That group of people was from Tao Spirit Society. Yan Qingyang saw Morong Qingqing standing beside Lin Xian and felt a surge of anger. Lin Xian, get over here and die. His terrifying voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Chapter 775. A terrifying voice rang out and spread in all directions. Everyone was shocked. To cause trouble at this time, they did not put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Moreover, they chose the time when Lin Xian had just entered the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. They probably wanted to deal a heavy blow to Lin Xian. This voice caused quite a stir, and many people ran over to watch. It's actually people from Dao Ling Association. They're much stronger than Tan Lang. This Lin Xian is too unlucky. He just defeated Tan Lang, and the even more powerful Dao Ling Association came. What do you know? Yan Qingyang is pursuing Morong Qingqing. But look at where Morong Qingqing is now. She's beside Lin Xian. If Dao Ling Association doesn't beat him, who will they beat? Many people were discussing. Of course, there were also some who sneered and watched. After all, not everyone wanted Dragon Sword Pavilion to become stronger. Hearing Yan Qingyang's voice, the people from Dragon Sword Pavilion were furious. How dare he insult their brother Xian? No matter how strong the other party was, it was not allowed. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped the people from Dragon Sword Pavilion. They did not want others to be at a disadvantage and get hurt. Everyone back off. I'm here, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Brother Xian. The disciples of Dragon Sword Pavilion clenched their fists. Morong Qingqing also reminded him softly, be careful. Those people are not simple, especially Yan Qingyang. He's very strong. I'm sorry to have implicated you this time. Morong Qingqing was not a fool. She naturally knew the reason why the other party was looking for trouble. What are you talking about? Lin Xian secretly pinched Morong Qingqing's lily-white hand and shook his head slightly. This action was seen by Yan Qingyang, and his lungs were about to explode. Jealousy, crazy jealousy. His eyes were red as if they could spit fire. He decided that he must cripple the other party today. I seem to have warned you to stay away from her, Yan Qingyang said angrily. This voice contained a terrifying, murderous aura. It was unusually cold, and many warriors trembled slightly. On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and slowly walked over. I seem to have warned you not to touch the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion. Are you deaf, or do you not have ears? Facing the powerful Yan Qingyang, Lin Xian did not have the slightest bit of fear. How dare you speak to young Master Yang like that? Are you tired of living? Hurry up and slap him. On the other side, a person from the Dao Spirit Association shouted coldly. F***CK, you must be tired of living. You guys are the ones who have the guts to talk to our family's brother Xian like that. Come over here, I'll chop you to death. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion angrily shouted, their expressions agitated. At that moment, the gazes of over 500 people were like wolves. All of them were staring at that young man. Immediately, that young man was so scared that his face turned pale. His body trembled as he hid behind Yan Qingyang. Trash! Wan Li and the others sneered disdainfully. Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to the young man. He didn't need to take action against such a person. His gaze was fixed on Yan Qingyang. Very good, very arrogant. Yan Qingyang laughed. Don't think that you're powerful just because you defeated Fierce Wolf. In my eyes, Fierce Wolf is nothing. You are nothing too. Arrogant. Lin Xian sneered. Compared to you, what is my arrogance? You brought people to smash my place and now you're threatening me. I think you're the arrogant one. It's good that you know. Yan Qingyang said sternly, I'm arrogant because I have the right to be arrogant. I can crush you to death with one hand and destroy your dragon, sword pavilion. In front of me, you can only kneel. Hearing Yan Qingyang's words, the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion didn't look good. They were furious and couldn't wait to charge forward. However, Lin Xian laughed. So you're saying that you're revered for pursuing strength? Nonsense. This is a world where the strong are revered. Yan Qingyang sneered. The members of Tao Spirit Association behind him also had looks of disdain. Very good. In your eyes, as long as you have strength, right or wrong doesn't matter. If I'm strong, you can still kneel at my feet. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he looked forward. If that's the case, let's fight. I'll let you know who's the one kneeling in the end. Fight with me? You're courting death. Yan Qingyang sneered disdainfully. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. You're just a piece of trash, ranked 75th. And I'm ranked 64th. Let me remind you, on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard, every rise in rank means a huge difference in strength. I can kill Fierce Wolf in 3 moves. What do you have to fight with me? Hearing that, the people of Tao Spirit Association all laughed and looked at Lin Xian mockingly. In their opinion, Lin Xian dared to challenge Yan Qingyang. He was courting death. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion were also silent and looked unwilling. Although Lin Xian was strong, he didn't have much chance of winning against Yan Qingyang, who was ranked 64th. Ranked 64th? Is that strong? Lin Xian sneered. Look at you. Those who don't know better would think that you're ranked first. He had no fear in his heart. When he fought with Fierce Wolf, he had only used half of his strength. If he used his full strength, he could even fight with a 3rd heaven honorable. Moreover, when he wasn't an honorable, he dared to kill an honorable who was a higher realm than him. What more now that he was in a lower realm? In Lin Xian's eyes, Yan Qingyang was nothing. If he wanted to, he could replace Yan Qingyang's ranking anytime. Originally, he didn't want to rush up so quickly. After all, he had some trump cards that he couldn't reveal. However, now that Yan Qingyang was rushing to his death, he could only fulfill his wish. Stubborn fellow! Yan Qingyang sneered. I don't know if I'm strong or not, but it's enough to kill you. After saying that, the aura on his body continued to rise and a powerful force spread out in all directions. Everyone was terrified and retreated one after another, creating a safe distance between them. I only need one hand to deal with you. Yan Qingyang was very confident and only extended one hand. Idiot! Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He focused his gaze and attacked with all his strength. He wanted to take advantage of Yan Qingyang's carelessness and disdain to attack and take him down with lightning speed. This was a great opportunity for him. I want your ranking. Lin Xian also exuded a fierce aura. Kneel down. Yan Qingyang looked down from above and slapped down with one hand. He looked like he was toying with him. The palm wind was fierce and a huge purple light palm condensed and pressed down on Lin Xian. Although it was a casual attack, the aura was very terrifying. It wasn't something that an ordinary 2nd heaven honorable could resist. Now, Lin Xian shouted and the great dragon sword soul in his body completely erupted. He clenched his fists and the Nirvana sword rain and Massacre sword rain merged to form a demonic sword. He quickly stabbed out. The great dragon sword soul was extremely powerful. At this moment, it completely erupted, causing Lin Xian's combat power to be extremely powerful. A shocking aura erupted, and it was so fierce that it made people feel despair. Countless people trembled and couldn't stand steadily. Those from Dao Ling Association were even more terrified and couldn't believe it. This power was too strong and made people feel despair. What? Impossible! Yan Qingyang's pupils shrank, and he was equally shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have such strength. Chapter 776. Get lost! Yan Qingyang shouted. He wanted to mobilize his strength, but he was too late. The demonic sword pierced through his defensive inner armor and pierced through his body. Poof! Blood splattered and drifted into the sky. Yan Qingyang's body trembled as he was nailed in midair. I want you dead! Yan Qingyang was enraged. The person whom he had regarded as an ant had injured him. This was unforgivable. The aura in his body exploded as he wanted to attack with all his might. However, he was stunned in the next moment. His body trembled uneasily. In his body, the red and black aura kept flowing and destroying his body. The black sword aura was strange as it absorbed his spiritual energy like a bottomless pit. The red sword aura was extremely violent as it destroyed the meridians in his body. In an instant, Yan Qingyang suffered an unimaginable injury. Ah! He screamed miserably and was terrified. Kid, you're despicable. How dare you sneak attack me? Yan Qingyang roared. Let me go and we'll fight fair and square. Is there something wrong with your head? Lin Xian sneered. Sneak attack you? Everyone saw it. You attacked me first. I was just defending myself. How can you say that I sneak attack you? As for being injured, it only shows that you're not capable. Then he shook his hand and the demonic sword shone brightly, releasing an even more terrifying aura. Yan Qingyang's expression changed again as he screamed in pain. The people from Dao Ling Association were stunned. When they came back to their senses, they shouted, Let go of young Master Yang! Kid, how dare you touch young Master Yang? You're dead meat. The group of people was furious and rushed forward. Humph! Dongfang Xiong snorted and rushed out with the people from Dragon's Sword Pavilion. The two sides faced each other and the atmosphere was tense. You want to fight? Unless you don't want his life anymore. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his arm and nailed Yan Qingyang to the ground with the demonic sword. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Yan Qingyang was in a frenzy. He had the strength, but he could not use it at all. The deathly silence sword aura and massacre sword aura in his body had driven him into a frenzy. Moreover, he could not get rid of the terrifying attack power of the great dragon sword soul in a short period of time. Brat, I won't forgive you. Even now, you're still so arrogant. Lin Xian laughed. You really don't know how to repent. He sneered and stepped on Yan Qingyang's body. Ah, Lin Xian, I'm going to kill you. Yan Qingyang went crazy. He had never been humiliated like this before. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly as he activated the deathly silent sword. A terrifying force of death spread out and quickly took away the spiritual energy in Yan Qingyang's body. In the end, Yan Qingyang felt that his blood and vitality were about to be drained away. He was finally afraid. Stop! I admit defeat. Let me go. Yan Qingyang roared. Admit defeat? Let you go? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You're really a young master. Do you think we're playing a game? Is this something that can be solved just by admitting defeat? You, what do you want? Yan Qingyang gritted his teeth and said, What do I want? Lin Xian said in a deep voice, You brought people to kill me. Now that you can't defeat me, you want to beg for mercy and live peacefully? How can there be such a good thing in this world? If I'm the one being stepped on by you today, will you let me go? Lin Xian's words were like pearls that pierced into everyone's hearts like a sharp sword. Indeed, based on Yan Qingyang's arrogant attitude, if the one who was defeated was Lin Xian, he would probably end up in a worse state. Feeling the vitality in his body being drained away, Yan Qingyang was terrified. This was his source of vitality. He said in a deep voice, Lin Xian, I think there's some misunderstanding between us. There's no conflict between us. I don't like you because of a woman. Now I don't want it anymore. I'll give it to you. That should be enough." Upon hearing that, the smile in Lin Xian's eyes deepened. "Firstly, regarding Qingqing, you don't have the right to give it to me. Secondly, you don't have the right to say that in front of me." Murong Qingcheng walked over with a cold expression. "If we're not in the academy, I'll kill you 1,000 times over for what you said." The goddess was furious. Her voice was not loud, but it carried a chill that made the hearts of the people around her tremble. Indeed, disregarding everything else, Yan Qingyang could never catch up to the other party in terms of status. Who was Murong Qingqing? She was the little princess of the House of Kings. Her status was revered, and there were not many who could compete with her in the entire mainland. As for Yan Qingyang, he was just an ordinary genius. Although his family had some influence, it was nothing in front of the Murong family. Yan Qingyang knew that he had said the wrong thing. He regretted it, and his hatred for Lin Xian intensified. In his opinion, he could not get Murong Qingqing's favor because of Lin Xian. The funny thing was, he never thought that with his status and strength, he was worthy of Murong Qingqing. Forget it. There's no need to talk nonsense with this kind of trash. Lin Xian shook his head and did not plan to waste any more time. Hand over your mystic supreme mirror and get lost with your people. Upon hearing that, the people from Dao Ling Association were shocked. Yan Qingyang roared madly, "What mystic supreme mirror?" Impossible. He was mad. He would never hand over the mystic supreme mirror, even if he died. If he lost other things, he could still get them back. However, once he lost the mystic supreme mirror, it would be very difficult to get it back. One should know that the mystic supreme mirror not only represented one's status, but also had other magical uses. Carrying the mystic supreme mirror was equivalent to carrying a small spirit gathering formation. The effect of the spirit gathering formation was closely related to the ranking. For example, the one in Lin Xian's hand was ranked 75th and had the effect of the 3rd level of a middle grade spirit gathering formation. As for Yan Qingyang's, it had the effect of the 5th level of a spirit gathering tower. Although it was only a difference of 2 levels, the gap between them was very big. To be honest, Yan Qingyang's spirit gathering formation was more than twice as effective as Lin Xian's spirit gathering formation. That was also the reason why the people on the Mystic Supreme leaderboard cultivated so quickly and were so difficult to defeat. Those people were originally geniuses and geniuses. In addition to the powerful cultivation effect of the Mystic Supreme Mirror, it was impossible for them to become weaker. Therefore, the Mystic Supreme Mirror was the reason why Yan Qingyang was powerful and stood above everyone else. How could he hand over such an item? You're not handing it over? Looks like I haven't taught you enough of a lesson. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, the sword qi on his body became sharp again. A blood-red, murderous aura filled the air as if the god of death had descended from hell. It was extremely terrifying. Yan Qingyang's life was threatened, and the Mystic Supreme mirror automatically appeared. Found it. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and smiled. If you dare take it, my big brother won't let you off. Yan Qingyang went crazy and threatened sternly. Your big brother? Even if your grandfather is here, it won't work. Lin Xian sneered and remained unmoved. He reached out his hand and grabbed the Mystic Supreme Mirror. He's right. You'd better not touch his Mystic Supreme Mirror. Otherwise, no one in Senmu College will be able to stop you. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Chapter 777. He's right. You'd better not touch his mystical fire mirror. Otherwise, no one in Senmu College will be able to stop you. Just as Lin Xian was about to grab Yan Qingyang's mystical fire mirror, a cold voice was heard. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads to look. The people from Dragon's Sword Pavilion were shocked. They did not know when a figure had appeared in front of them. On the other hand, the people from Dao Ling Association were overjoyed. It was obvious that the person who had come was related to them. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked forward. When the figure appeared, he naturally felt it. Based on speed alone, he was an expert. "You're his elder brother?" Lin Xian asked. "No." The person shook his head and walked over slowly. "Qingyang's elder brother is the president of Dao Ling Association. You'll know if you ask around. I'm here today to pass a message to the president. Let him go, and everything can be discussed. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? My elder brother has spoken." Qingyang laughed wildly. "Kid, let me go quickly. Kowtow and cripple your own arms. Otherwise, you're dead meat. Don't you think you're too naive if you want me to let him go with just one sentence?" Lin Xian said coldly. The person who had come was a young man in a dark green robe. He held a folding fan in his hand and said confidently, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Our president is an expert ranked 30th on the mystical, venerable leaderboard. You're not someone we can afford to offend." "What? Ranked 30th? The people from Dragon's Sword Pavilion were shocked. The mystical venerable leaderboard included the top 100 young experts in the college. Even if they were on the leaderboard, the gap between them was huge. There was a huge gap between each rank, especially the top 30 warriors. There was a world of difference between them and the people behind them. Although Dao Ling Association's president, Yan Qingshan, was only ranked 30th, he was probably stronger than all the martial artists behind him. Such a person was almost invincible. That was why Yan Qingyang was so arrogant. That was why the young man in a dark robe was so calm. The dark-skinned youth fanned himself with a calm expression. In his opinion, as long as he mentioned the president's name, the other party would definitely back off. If it were anyone else, they might really be afraid. Unfortunately, he met Lin Xian. After Lin Xian heard this, he did not show any expression. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at Yan Qingyang, who was on the ground, and said coldly, "Hand over the mystic supreme mirror." "What?" The surrounding martial artists were shocked, their faces full of astonishment. This Lin Xian was too bold. Even the black-clothed young man's face was gloomy. He thought that Lin Xian would be afraid. But who would have thought that Lin Xian did not react at all, and even ignored him directly? "You want the mystic supreme mirror? Impossible, unless you kill me." Yan Qingyang bellowed furiously, his eyes filled with killing intent. "You think I don't dare?" Lin Xian was also angry. How could he be soft-hearted when someone bullied his family? Clenching his fist, a dazzling sword chi was condensed. It carried the power of the great dragon sword soul and was exceptionally sharp. Then, he thrust his sword toward Yan Qingyang's body. Uft! The sword tip entered Yan Qingyang's body without any hesitation, as though it was cutting tofu. "Ah!" Yan Qingyang screamed again. The hatred in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by fear. He did not expect that Lin Xian would still dare to do such a thing after knowing his brother's name. Beside him, the black-clothed young man's face was also gloomy. He stared coldly at Lin Xian. "Kid, what you're doing now is very satisfying and satisfying. However, have you thought about the consequences of doing such a thing? Aren't you afraid of the president's revenge? You should know that with the president's strength, it would be easy for him to kill you and destroy the Dragon Sword Pavilion. It's not too late to admit your mistake," the black-clothed young man said coldly. "Otherwise, disaster will befall you soon. You should know that experts have dignity. The president's temper is not good." The voice was calm, but the warning in it was very obvious. No matter what, Lin Xian had offended an unimaginable expert. "Dignity? Face?" Lin Xian sneered. "Your president's face is your face and dignity. Is my face not also my face? This guy brought a group of people to my territory to cause trouble. Is he giving me face? You are now openly threatening me. Are you giving me face?" Lin Xian's voice was cold. It was like a sharp sword radiance surging in the air. "Since you don't give me face, Why should I give you face? Are you really so naive to think that whoever you want to slap in the face will have to obediently stretch their face out? When they heard Lin Xian's words, the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion clenched their fists. Yes, they were afraid of the experts on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. However, this did not mean that they did not care about their dignity. Lin Xian had already arrived at their doorstep. What were they afraid of? Even after he had failed, he still had to threaten them. What did he take them for? Lin Xian's face was important, but theirs was not. They were all humans. Who did not want to be respected? Furthermore, what made them even more excited was that in the face of such a huge threat, Lin Xian had not given up on them. He had not revived them and had preserved the dignity of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Although they were weak now, they still had dignity. The people around them were also shocked. Although Lin Xian was not wrong, he was probably the first person who had dared to say such a thing. Humph, you are really sharp-tongued. Even if you are right, so what? The dark-skinned youth sneered. In the face of absolute power, it is futile no matter what you say. Futile? You are wrong. Lin Xian sneered. I am now doing as you say, because I am powerful. I am stepping on your young master. Because I am powerful. These members do not dare to come up to save him. Because I am powerful, you only dare to talk big and not really do anything. Otherwise, if I had defeated the president's younger brother, would you have been able to remain indifferent? Also, because I am powerful, the mystic supreme mirror is mine. After saying that, Lin Xian stretched out his palm and gathered spiritual energy to form a golden dragon claw. He then snatched the mystic supreme mirror from Yan Qingyang. Then Lin Xian was stunned. Soon his ranking rose again, and he was now at the 64th place. Yan Qingyang was so angry that he was trembling and almost fainted. The dark-skinned youth's face was also gloomy, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. Just wait for the president's anger. Don't be so agitated. I am just doing things according to your worldview. However, you have become the weak ones. Lin Xian's expression did not change. I don't know why your president is not here. Regardless of whether he is pretending to be strong or has something to do, I will personally visit him in 3 months and fight him. By then you will know who is the real strong one. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and powerful, spreading in all directions. Humph, if the president had not gone out for a mission, you would be dead today. The dark-skinned youth snorted. All right, I will let you live for another 3 months. 3 months later, it will be your death date. Chapter 778. The news of Lin Xian injuring Yan Qingyang and obtaining the Mystic Supreme mirror quickly spread throughout Senma College. Countless people were shocked and stirred up. Yan Qingyang was an expert ranked 64th on the Mystic Supreme ranking list. He also had an extremely powerful brother and had a powerful background. Even those experts were not willing to provoke him. However, a new student had accomplished such a feat. Not only did he injure Yan Qingyang, but he also challenged Yan Qingchen in 3 months. How audacious! This Lin Xian is really arrogant and unscrupulous. Humph, he's too arrogant. It's impossible for him to challenge Yan Qingchen in 3 months. The entire college was discussing Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not pay attention to this. He was preparing for the auction in Windy City a month later. He had already sent a message to Yu Fei to collect information about the auction so that he could prepare in advance. The auction would be very grand, and many people had already set off for Windy City before it even started. All kinds of news were flying around. Some people said that there would be an Earth rank martial technique, while others said that there would be an 8th rank elixir pill. In short, all kinds of fantastic news made people excited. A few days later, Yu Fei sent a message. In order to attract more people, the Vientiane auction had released some of the auction items. Among them were the items that Lin Xian needed to make the Red Lotus armor. Other than that, there was also a half-earth rank treasure sword. Lin Xian was determined to get the phoenix blood gold used to make the Red Lotus armor. This item was very important to him as it was the foundation of the Red Lotus armor. Other than that, the half-earth rank treasure sword also tempted him. The best weapon he had was the Wind Shadow Sword, an upper spiritual rank treasure weapon. However, it seemed that it was not enough. If he could get his hands on a half-earth rank treasure weapon, his attack power would increase by several times. It would be a great help. Of course, he also knew that a half-earth rank treasure weapon was very rare and there would be many martial artists fighting for it. What he needed to do now was to gather enough spiritual stones. Taking a look at the spirit stones in his storage ring, Zhang Xian estimated that there were around 70 million spirit stones in his storage ring. But now, in front of the phoenix blood, gilt gold, and a half-earth step treasure, it was simply not enough. There was still a month left. It would not be easy to get a large amount of spirit stones. He still had some treasures in his possession, such as 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and a few half-earth rank martial arts. If he were to sell these, he should be able to exchange them for a large amount of spirit stones. However, he estimated that it was still not enough. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and tapped his fingers on the table, trying to think of a solution. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows as he thought of something. Qinghong Society. When he first came to the Blood Realm, he went to 2 cities, Azure Mountain City and Flying Tiger City. As a result, he had clashed with the forces in those cities. After he had killed the Flying Tiger City lord, there had been experts from the Azure Red Society who had come to kill him. Fortunately, he relied on his speed to escape safely. However, this matter would not be settled so easily. Now was the perfect time to start with them. Thinking about it, they had a large amount of wealth in their hands. Coupled with the Wang family of Lion Moon City, it should be enough. The leader of the Azure Red Society should be a stage 3 supremacy. He should also have a large number of experts under him. Lin Xian thought in his heart and deduced the possibility of killing the other party. He realized that it was very difficult. Other than the headquarters of the Azure Red Society, there were 6 cities under it, which were the 6 major branches. Lin Xian felt that it would be better to start with these branch cities first. Azure Mountain City, Flying Tiger City. Lin Xian confirmed 2 targets. Not only that, he also planned to bring Nangongseng and Ma Rulong over from the Sand region and let them build a battle arena here. On one hand, he sent a message to the Sand region. On the other hand, he gathered people and prepared to attack Azure Mountain City and Flying Tiger City. In fact, he did not need to do anything at all in these 2 cities. He only needed to keep an eye on the Azure Red Society. He had Wang Li and Dongfang Xiong lead 100 people to Azure Mountain City and Flying Tiger City, respectively. Lin Xian began to set up other measures. He summoned the Crimson Dragon and had him carve a few black jade platforms for life-saving situations. The black jade platforms were equivalent to small portable teleportation portals. It was very convenient, but it was very troublesome to create. This was because this kind of teleportation inscription was an ancient method. Ordinary people could not master it at all. Only an old monster like the Crimson Dragon could master it. Moreover, the materials needed to carve a black jade platform were very expensive. Ordinary people could not afford it. Kid, the materials you gave me are not good enough. I can only make you one that can teleport you 5 kilometers away, the Crimson Dragon said. Seeing Lin Xian's flickering eyes, he sighed. All right, Ben Huang has not recovered yet. I can only make one that can teleport you 500 kilometers away. 500 kilometers is enough. Lin Xian nodded. Then he went to the True Spirit Hall to exchange for some materials and gave them all to the Crimson Dragon. 3 days later, the 6 black jade platforms were completed. It could teleport you 5 kilometers away in an instant. It was definitely a good life-saving method. After putting away the 6 black jade platforms, Lin Xian also received news from Wang Li and Dongfang Xiong that the 2 cities had been taken. Let's go. It's time for us to leave. Lin Xian did not bring anyone with him. He only brought the crimson dragon and the snow-white monkey. He set off alone. His speed was very fast, and he arrived at Qingshan City a day later. Qingshan City. Since the death of the Blood Wolf Gang's leader, the Azure Red Society had sent new experts to take charge. But how could they defeat the students of Senmu College? Wang Li and his men didn't have to expend much effort to kill them. The rest of the gang members also surrendered. Brother Xian, this is that guy's storage ring. This is the basement of the Blood Wolf Gang, Wang Li said. Lin Xian nodded. He scanned the storage ring with his soul power and put it away. Then he walked to the basement of the Blood Wolf Gang and narrowed his eyes. The wealth of the Blood Wolf Gang was richer than he had imagined. Just the storage ring alone had 50 million spiritual stones, and that was not counting the other things. The treasures in the vault were even more plentiful. There were 90 million middle-rank spiritual stones and some weapons. Inner armor, cultivation methods, pills, and the like. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and put the 90 million spiritual stones into the storage ring. Then he said to everyone, I have use for the spiritual stones, so I'll take them. As for the other things, you guys can divide them. Thank you, Brother Xian. The members of the Dragon's Sword Pavilion were happy. Although the Blood Wolf Gang was weak, they were rich. It seemed that they had done a lot of bad things in Qingshan City. Until now, Lin Xian had more than 200 million middle-rank spiritual stones. He smiled and began to set up Qingshan City. Since the city had already been conquered, Lin Xian had no intention of letting it go. He set up some defensive arrays and arranged for some people to stay. Then he left. Senmu College's disciples could not stay here for long, so he called Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong to take charge of the two cities. Chapter 779. Lin Xian chose the right time and city. Firstly, the Wanxiang auction was just around the corner, and the Azure Red Society would definitely participate. They wouldn't have much time to deal with this matter. Furthermore, the Green Mountain City and the Flying Tiger City were located in remote areas. Wang Li and Dongfang Xiong had quickly defeated their enemies, so the news wouldn't spread out so quickly. Lin Xian arrived at the Flying Tiger City and obtained another 150 million spiritual stones. He now had 370 million spiritual stones, which was an astronomical number. After making some arrangements, Lin Xian prepared to bring Yu Fei to the Windy City. As for the others, he planned to transfer them over when the auction started. He rushed all the way and arrived at the Windy City a few days later. Lin Xian was no stranger to this ancient city. He had been here once before. He sighed in his heart. When he first came here, he was only a harmonious spirit realm warrior. 2 months later, he was already a venerable realm warrior. His combat strength was heaven-defying, and he could even fight against a third-layer venerable. The Windy City was much more lively than before. Warriors from all over the Blood Realm had arrived to participate in the Wanxiang auction. As expected of the Wanxiang auction, it's so grand. Yu Fei exclaimed, "This is only a small part of the news, and it has already attracted so many people. If all the items are listed, the entire Blood Realm will be shocked." Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, although the half-earth rank treasure sword was good, it shouldn't be the most valuable item. The two chatted as they walked, and suddenly, a few figures blocked their path. Lin Xian frowned and looked forward. 3 middle-aged men in black leather armor and bamboo hats said coldly, "If the two of you want to enter the city, pay the entrance fee first. 30,000 spiritual stones per person. Entrance fee, 30,000 spiritual stones." Yu Fei sneered. "Do you think we're newbies? There wasn't any entrance fee when we came here a few days ago. That was before. Now that the Wanxiang auction is around the corner, of course there will be an entrance fee." "That's right," another person said. 30,000 spirit stones per person. If you pay, you can enter the city. Otherwise, you won't be able to participate in the auction." The three of them had cold expressions as they stared at Lin Xian and Lin Xian, as if they were certain they would win. Wenfeng City is an ancient city. A long time ago, the rule was set that there is no entrance fee. This is also the reason why Wenfeng City is so prosperous. Moreover, even if there is an entrance fee, it should be collected by the city guards. Lin Xian said indifferently, "This kind of important matter shouldn't be handled by a nobody." "What did you say?" "Brat, you're courting death." That martial artist was immediately enraged. This brat in front of him actually dared to scold them. He was really reckless. "Brat, to tell you the truth, we are not guards, and we don't need to pay the entrance fee to enter the city. However, we want to rob the two of you." "What can you do?" The leading martial artist sneered. "Two little dolls. It seems like you still don't know the name of us three brothers. No one can escape from us, the bald eagle trio. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over all your spirit stones and treasures. Otherwise, we'll throw you two into the forest to feed the wolves." The three of them sneered. In the blood realm, killing and robbing was a very common thing. "I'll give you a chance to live. Scram!" Lin Xian said coldly. "Did you hear that? My boss asked you to scram. Hurry up and scram." Yu Fei clenched his fists and said, "Scram? Boss?" The three of them looked at each other and then laughed. "Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Boss? Brat, you can learn anything, but you still want to pretend to be a boss. Do you look like one?" Then their expressions changed. Their bodies emitted a powerful and cold aura, as if they were ferocious beasts that had awakened. "Brat, no one can scold us. Anyone who has scolded us is already dead. Hee, I'm going to cut off your tongues first, then dig out your eyeballs. I'm going to torture you to death. Brat, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not showing mercy. Die." One of the martial artists stretched out his hand and grabbed at Lin Xian. Wisps of black gas appeared on his palm as if they were going to devour him. The other passers-by saw this scene and shook their heads. They knew the name of the bald eagle trio. They were incomparably cruel. The two young men were surrounded by them, so they were definitely in trouble. These people only glanced at them and did not go forward to help. After all, this kind of thing was common in the blood realm. Bang! However, when the palm was 3 feet away from Lin Xian, it could not move. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had imprisoned it. What? The big man was stunned. Then his expression became very ugly. He used all his strength, but still could not move his fist. His face was flushed red, and his veins were popping out. "Brat, I'm going to kill you." The big man shouted angrily and kicked out. This kick was as fast as lightning. It swept towards Lin Xian's waist, bringing with it an endless gust of wind. If the kick hit, it would probably shatter a mountain. However, in the face of such a dangerous attack, Lin Xian only sneered. He flicked his finger, and a sword chi exploded on the big man's leg. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The big man screamed and broke out in cold sweat. His legs fell powerlessly, and his bones turned into powder. Hiss! The other two gasped. Their eyes were full of horror. They knew that they had kicked an iron plate this time. Big brother, we were wrong," the big man said in a trembling voice. He was in so much pain that he was about to faint. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he sent the big man in front of him flying. He turned into a star and disappeared into the sky. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. They didn't expect the Condor trio to be defeated. Moreover, it was at the hands of a young man. "Hero, we were wrong. Please let us go. We'll get out of here." The remaining two were trembling in fear. The young man in front of them was too terrifying. They had never seen it before. The two of them knelt down and rolled on the ground like a ball. They maintained this posture until they disappeared. "Let's go." Lin Xian didn't make a move. Instead, he said lightly, Soon, the two of them entered the city, leaving behind a group of stunned martial artists. What a terrifying young man! Who is this person? He didn't even make a move and defeated the Condor trio? So strong, so domineering. I heard that the genius of the Red Leaf Valley, Hongwuji, is also here. Could it be him? It doesn't look like it. The Red Leaf Valley's people are very ostentatious. It's impossible for them to only bring one person. Someone shook his head. They were all guessing, but there was no conclusion. There was a reason for their guesses. The people of the Red Leaf Valley were famous for being arrogant and domineering. Logically speaking, this kind of character couldn't survive. However, they were very strong, so they could continue to be arrogant and domineering. In Senmu College, there were many disciples of the Red Leaf Valley. Among them, the most powerful was the leader of the Red Maple Gang, Hongwuji. This person had once wanted to incorporate Lin Xian's Dragon Sword Pavilion, but the two of them had never met. Chapter 780. Wenfeng City, Taihe Restaurant. It was a famous restaurant in the city. It was noon, and the restaurant was bustling with activity. Coupled with the fact that the Wansheng auction was near, the business was booming. At this moment, a group of people dressed in red walked down the street. The arrival of this group of people caused the bustling street to become unusually quiet. No one dared to make a sound. 6 beautiful women appeared on the street. Each of them carried a sword in their arms. They walked with light steps and were extremely enchanting. In the middle of the 6 beautiful women was a young man in red robes. This young man was very handsome and should have been very attractive. However, the arrogance on his face and the arrogance in his eyes blocked everything outside. "Young master, this restaurant is not bad. It's suitable for resting," one of the beautiful women said. The arrogant young man casually glanced at her and then nodded. Next, 2 women dressed in red walked to the entrance of the restaurant and tied 2 red ropes. Then they said softly, "Red Leaves Valley has booked this place. Everyone else, disappear within 10 seconds. What Red Leaves Valley? When the people in the restaurant heard this, they were so scared that they scattered. No one dared to stay. Lin Xian heard the noise outside and frowned. He did not expect to meet Red Leaves Valley here. Moreover, the other party was as arrogant as ever. "Brother Xian, what should we do?" Yu Fei asked. "Don't worry about him," Lin Xian said coldly. Then he continued to eat. In an instant, the entire restaurant was empty. The arrogant young man snorted and walked inside. The surrounding people were terrified. Although the young man in red was arrogant, the aura on his body was extremely sharp. It was like a sharp sword that made people tremble. The young man in red slowly walked into the restaurant. However, he soon frowned because he realized that there were other people in the restaurant. Moreover, there were 2 of them. However, his eyes were only fixed on one person. It was a young man in a blue shirt. This was because he felt the same sharp aura from the other party. Although the other party did not release it, he could feel it because they were both swordsmen. However, when he sensed it carefully, there were some differences. His aura was sharp and domineering, while the other party had a terrifying killing intent. Behind the red-robed youth, the 6 beautiful girls were trembling at this moment. They hadn't chased everyone away. This must have caused the young master's dissatisfaction. Thinking of the red-robed youth's cruel and violent character, the 6 girls trembled slightly. "Young master, I'll go kill him," one of the girls with an oval face said. "No need." The red-robed young man shook his head. Then he stared at Lin Xian and whispered, "Interesting. Brat, you're very lucky to be able to sit with me." The corner of the red-robed young man's mouth curled up slightly. Then he found a seat in the middle and sat down. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He could also feel the strength of his opponent. However, if they were to fight, he was still very confident that he could win. However, the other party was too arrogant. With that condescending attitude, he was destined not to go far in his life. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Xian raised his wine glass. However, this action of his was met with a reprimand. "What do you mean by shaking your head?" One of the girls with an oval face snorted coldly. "Sitting in the same room with our young master is a blessing that you've accumulated over several lifetimes. Not only are you not grateful, you even dare to shake your head? You even care about this? You're such a busybody." Yu Fei sneered. The other party was too arrogant. His condescending attitude was infuriating. Whoosh! With a faint flash, the wine glass in Yu Fei's hand shattered and the wine spilled all over the floor. The wine glass was split in half. The cut was smooth as if it had been cut by a sharp weapon. Other than the wine glass, the table and the people were not harmed at all. "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life. If there's a next time, it'll be your head that's split in half," the red-robed youth said coldly. He had been holding his wine glass all this time as if he had never attacked. "So powerful. I didn't even see how he attacked." "Yeah, so fast." Outside the restaurant, everyone was shocked. They didn't even see how the other party attacked. Yu Fei's face was also filled with shock. His hands were trembling slightly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The other party's swordsmanship was above his expectations. However, although he was surprised, he didn't take it to heart. That was because he had seen everything with his own eyes. Although others couldn't see the red-robed youth's attack, Lin Xian saw it clearly. He even thought of a few ways to counter it in an instant. He knew that the sword wouldn't hurt Yu Fei. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. Seeing that Lin Xian was silent, the girls thought that he was afraid and immediately sneered. Then they ignored Lin Xian and Lin Xian. Instead, they gathered at a nearby table and began to discuss. "We'll get that sword in a month." "Yeah, we'll be able to collect all 7 swords by then." "No, that sword's value is higher than these 6 swords." The few of them discussed while the red-robed youth sat alone in the center, drinking wine. Hearing this, many people outside pricked up their ears. A weapon that could attract the red-robed youth's attention was definitely not ordinary. Of course, that Lone Star is a half-Earth rank artifact. It's a rare item in the world, the girls said proudly, as if the sword already belonged to them. As expected, the crowd exclaimed after hearing this. In order to attract people, the Wanxiang auction released information about some treasures in advance. Among them was a sword called Lone Star. It was the half-Earth rank artifact. A half-Earth rank artifact was rare in the world. It could be said to be a divine weapon. In the absence of an Earth rank artifact, it was the best weapon. Every time a weapon like this appeared, it would cause a storm of blood and countless people would lose their lives. Only a true powerhouse was worthy of it. As if she heard the crowd's discussion, the oval-faced girl said proudly, "Of course this sword belongs to our young master. Whoever dares to snatch it will be our young master's enemy, and the Red Leaf Valley's enemy. At that time, no one in the world will be able to save him." The girl's voice was very loud, as if she was warning everyone not to have any ideas about the half-Earth rank artifact. Yu Fei was also stunned. He did not expect that the other party was also here for the Lone Star sword. Then he looked at Lin Xian with a worried expression. However, what made him feel relieved was that Lin Xian did not have any expression. He was not angry, nor was he worried. Lin Xian was very calm. The girl's words did not stir up any emotions in him, nor did they scare him. Just as those people had said, this kind of treasure could only be obtained by those with strength, and strength was not something that could be shouted out. He believed that the 2 of them were not the only ones who came for the Lone Star sword. Perhaps the powerful swordsman would come as well. When that time came, the real fight would begin. Lone Star sword. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He was determined to get his hands on it. Chapter 781. Outside the restaurant, many martial artists sighed. Most of them were swordsmen who came because of the news of the Lone Star sword. But now the Red Leaf Valley was also competing for this artifact. It seemed that they had no chance. Hee hee, such big words. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? The Lone Star sword hasn't appeared yet, and you think it's yours? When the sword is taken away by someone else, wouldn't you be slapping your own face? A sneer was heard, erratic and erratic. Who is it? Come out. The 6 girls were shocked and angry. They stood up and looked around with cold eyes. The crowd outside was also shocked. Someone was looking for trouble with the Red Leaf Valley in public. How arrogant. Hee hee, you can't even find me there, and you still want to say that the Lone Star sword is yours? The voice sounded again. I think you should go back to the Red Leaf Valley. You're courting death. The girl with the oval face was furious. She pulled out the sword in her arms and slashed forward. Boom! A jade green sword light flew out like a shocking rainbow, slashing forward. Whoosh! The crowd outside the restaurant immediately scattered, not daring to stay. The oval face girl was also an expert. Her attack was aggressive, but didn't destroy the houses and streets. She just wanted to disperse the crowd. Not bad, not bad. Your control of strength is very precise. The voice laughed. But what's the use of hitting the air? Don't tell me you still haven't found where I am. Damn it, damn it. Hearing the provocative voice, the oval face girl was so angry that her face turned pale. The other 5 girls were also angry. Their eyes were like swords as they swept around. Yu Fei was also surprised, but he was very excited. He had long disliked these people. Now that someone was teaching them a lesson, he was naturally happy. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He spread out his soul power and quickly checked. Then the corner of his mouth rose. At this moment, the mocking voice sounded again. What Red Leaf Valley? A bunch of trash who don't live up to their name. Buzz. Before he finished speaking, a ray of sword chi lit up. It was like a divine rainbow, and it slashed toward the void. Clang! Then there was the sound of metal colliding, and a gray figure appeared in the air. Lin Xian also raised his head, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. This was more or less what he had expected. That silhouette flew through the air, his eyes filled with shock. He hadn't expected that the other party would actually be able to find him. You, how did you do it? The gray-robed man landed on the ground and asked in shock. Humph, your cultivation method is not bad, but your strength is not enough. With your little bit of cultivation, you still want to act mysterious in front of me? How laughable! The red-robed young man said disdainfully. You don't have the right to be presumptuous in front of me, Hongwuji. This voice surged, turning into a sword wave, quickly thrusting out. Boom! The gray-robed man tried his best to dodge, but he was still hit by the sword wave and crashed into the wall. You! He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with panic. Then he gritted his teeth and glanced at the 6 girls in red. His eyes glowed. Chi! The gray-robed man's body flashed and melted into the air again, as if he had disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared beside a young girl. He stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed the sword in her arms. The gray-robed man's target was not the red-robed young man, but the 6 swords. The young girl was caught off guard, and the sword in her arms was snatched away. Hee, I'll take the sword. When you get the Lone Star sword, I'll come back for you. The gray-robed man laughed and then disappeared again. Humph, you're courting death. The 6 young girls were furious. They quickly formed a formation and enveloped the entire restaurant. However, the void rippled, and the gray-robed man appeared again. He was already a few hundred meters away from the restaurant. He laughed again and fled into the distance. At that moment, Hong Wuji moved, like a bolt of red lightning. He instantly appeared in front of the gray-robed man. He waved his hand and snatched the sword. At the same time, he sent the gray-robed man flying. Barf! The gray-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood, but his body disappeared again. This time, even Hong Wuji couldn't find him. He frowned, snorted coldly, and instantly returned to the restaurant. Everyone was shocked. Hong Wuji was too terrifying. The mysterious gray-robed man couldn't even block one of his attacks. At that moment, other than Hong Wuji, only the 6 young girls were left in the restaurant. Lin Xian and Yu Fei's figures had also disappeared. No one noticed that. In a remote street far away from the restaurant, a gray-robed man appeared, panting heavily. He was the gray-robed man from before. At that moment, his chest was hit by a palm, and he suffered serious internal injuries. Fortunately, he had a powerful concealment technique, which allowed him to escape from the red-robed young man. Damn it, I didn't expect that guy to be so strong. Looks like I'll have to find another chance. The gray-robed man's face was gloomy, and he was unwilling to give up. He believed that as long as he had enough patience, he would be able to succeed with the concealment technique in his hands. Oh, looks like you haven't given up yet? A faint voice was heard. Who's there? The gray-robed man was shocked. He didn't expect someone to be able to track him. Whoosh! With a flash of light, a figure rushed over from afar. The figure was very fast. At first, he was still far away, but in an instant he was in front of the gray-robed man. Seeing such speed, the gray-robed man was shocked. This speed was not any weaker than the red-robed young man's. In his shock, he thought that Hong Wuji had caught up with him. Without looking closely, the gray-robed man ran away. Buzz! 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 The void vibrated, and several sword chi appeared out of nowhere, forming a cage and trapping him. Although the terrifying aura did not touch him, it was enough to make his hair stand on end. Who are you? The gray-robed man screamed, his heart filled with fear. He realized that the person in front of him wasn't Hong Wuji, but his strength was definitely not weaker than Hong Wuji. Let's talk. I'm interested in your concealment technique. Lin Xian said indifferently. The gray-robed man's escape technique surprised him, especially his concealment of aura. He didn't even notice it. If it wasn't for his strong soul power, he wouldn't have been able to find him at all. Lin Xian was tempted by such a mysterious technique. It's you. The gray-robed man finally saw Lin Xian's face and exclaimed. He clearly remembered that in the restaurant, other than Hong Wuji and the Red Leaf Valley's people, there were 2 other people. Lin Xian was one of them. The Red Leaf Valley's arrogance was well known. To be able to stay in the same restaurant as the Red Leaf Valley's people was enough to show how powerful the other party was. However, the concealment technique was his lifeblood, and he couldn't bear to give it away. You're not giving it away? Lin Xian laughed. I can immediately send you to the Red Leaf Valley, and then I'll give it to you. The gray-robed man's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, If I give it to you, will you let me go? Of course, I can still guarantee that. Chapter 782. Soon, Lin Xian obtained a cultivation technique from the man in gray. Suddenly he was surprised. Then he waved his hand and withdrew the sword chi, letting the man in gray go. Looking at the fleeing figure, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Then the corners of his mouth curled up into a joyful smile. Kid, look at your smile. Did you get a great deal? The Crimson Dragon asked. It's really a great deal. This cultivation technique is amazing. It's just that guy doesn't know how to use it. Lin Xian smiled. It's a waste for such a good cultivation technique to be in his hands. If I'm not wrong, this should be an ancient concealment cultivation technique. That guy must have found it in a cave somewhere. With a flicker of his body, Lin Xian disappeared from the spot. He needed to find a place to cultivate this cultivation technique. According to his prediction, if he mastered it, he would be able to hide his aura, cultivation, and even soul fluctuations. He could even change his appearance and become someone else. This way, he would have one more trick up his sleeve. Within the wind-seeking city, the flow of people kept increasing. More and more people were entering the city, causing the guest rooms to gradually fill up. Lin Xian did not go to the inn. Instead, he followed Yu Fei to the Cultivation Pagoda in the city. Other than being an ancient city, the Cultivation Pagoda in Windy City was also famous. It was said that there was a spirit vein below, coupled with the spirit gathering array carved by a formation master. The spirit chi here was unusually dense. Thus, the Cultivation Pagoda became a building that was famous far and wide. Its effect was comparable to the intermediate spirit gathering array in the school. Lin Xian's arcane supreme mirror was only effective in and around Senma College because of its special nature. It must have something to do with the stone tablet. Lin Xian also wanted to find a place to rest, so he went to the Cultivation Pagoda. The Black Cultivation Pagoda was 100 meters tall and had 10 floors. The higher the floor, the better the effect and the more expensive it was. Lin Xian and Yu Fei walked in and found that most of the cultivation rooms were full. However, there were also some empty cultivation rooms, but no one dared to go there. It seemed that everyone was afraid of those cultivation rooms. Lin Xian didn't think so. He urgently needed to find a place, and since it was an empty cultivation room, why couldn't he enter? Therefore, he led Yu Fei to a cultivation room on the 3rd floor. "Brat, stop. That's not a place you can enter." Just as Lin Xian was approaching, a cold shout could be heard. Immediately, the other cultivators in the passageway looked over in surprise, looking at Lin Xian with a trace of confusion. Was this guy not afraid of death? "Can't enter?" Lin Xian frowned. "This is an empty cultivation room. Why can't we enter? Brat, is this your first day here?" A young man walked out with a cold smile on his face. "Do you see the symbol on the door? This is the Chao family's emblem. This is young Master Chao's personal cultivation room. How can a lowly martial artist like you be worthy? If you delay young Master Chao's cultivation, even 10 of your lives won't be enough. Personal cultivation room?" Lin Xian sneered. Before he came here, he had never heard of a personal cultivation room. He just knew that young Master Chao relied on his family to seize it by force and didn't allow others to use it. This kind of tyranny was comparable to the people from Red Leaf Valley. However, now that there was a shortage of cultivation rooms, how could Lin Xian back down? Besides, there was no one in this cultivation room. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. Then let me ask you, did your young Master Chao pay spirit stones for this cultivation room when he was free? Lin Xian asked indifferently. If the other party paid spirit stones, then he really couldn't fight for it. Unexpectedly, after the young man heard this, he laughed disdainfully. Pay spirit stones? What an idiot. Even if young Master Chao's cultivation room was empty, no one would dare to use it. Why pay spirit stones? Brat, I advise you to get out of here. Didn't pay? Then that's easy. Lin Xian smiled. If one paid spirit stones, no one else could enter, regardless of whether there was anyone in it or not. However, if one didn't pay spirit stones and still wanted to occupy it, that was unreasonable and bullying others. I don't know who young Master Chao is. I only saw that there was no one in the cultivation room and you didn't pay spirit stones. Since it's an ownerless cultivation room, why can't I enter? Lin Xian said in a low voice, then strode forward. Humph, you must be tired of living. The young man sneered. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending young Master Chao. He waved his hand, forming 2 pale white bone claws in the air. They were 10 feet long and grabbed at Lin Xian. You dare to attack me? Lin Xian sneered and punched out. His golden fist expanded like a golden mountain and blasted forward. Boom! The pale white bone claws shattered and turned into powder. Then the young man's expression changed drastically. He clutched his chest and flew backward. Bang! He crashed heavily into the wall and was in a very sorry state. You dare to attack me? The young man didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could destroy his attack with one punch. You're dead. The Chao family won't let you go. I don't know about the Chao family, but I know that if you don't get lost, you'll be the one to die. Lin Xian's voice was cold. You just wait." The young man's face was gloomy. He glared at Lin Xian fiercely, and then quickly left. "You can use this room," Lin Xian said to Yu Fei. "Brother Xian, what about you? I'll go upstairs and take a look." Lin Xian said, and then walked up the stairs. On the floor above, he also saw the empty cultivation room that the Chow family had occupied. He sneered and used his sword qi to erase the mark. Then he walked in. In the cultivation room, he waved his sleeve and set up a defensive array. Then he took out the concealment technique that he had obtained from the gray-clothed man. This technique was called the heaven-changing technique. It could change one's appearance, hide one's aura, and even change one's soul fluctuation to become another person. If one cultivated it to the large success stage, they could even change the world. However, the technique in Lin Xian's hand was an incomplete version. It only had the front part, but it was enough for him. Lin Xian's soul force was powerful, so he learned it very quickly. Not long after, his muscles and bones changed. Then his entire appearance and figure changed, turning him into a cold-looking man. He activated it again and turned into a middle-aged scholar again. His gaze focused. Lin Xian's aura suddenly disappeared. Although he was standing there, it was as if he didn't exist. Concealment and changing one's appearance were easy to master, but changing one's soul fluctuation was difficult. However, once he mastered it, it would be difficult for anyone below the king realm to discover his abnormality. After reaching the venerable realm, a martial artist's soul would be cultivated. Therefore, they would use their soul force when investigating. Moreover, a person's soul fluctuation was specific. No matter how much their appearance changed, their soul fluctuation wouldn't change. This was because in the eyes of a powerhouse, they would be recognized at a glance. Now that he had the heaven-changing technique, Lin Xian could change his soul fluctuation as well. Chapter 783. On the second day, Lin Xian grasped the basics of changing soul fluctuations. No one below the 5th level of the martial honor realm could detect it. It would be more difficult to cultivate further down the path. It would require time to accumulate. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. This was enough for him. Therefore, he got up and left the cultivation room. When he came out, he immediately realized that the martial artists in the passageway were looking at him differently. Their expressions were filled with shock and astonishment. What happened? He found someone and asked, "You offended the Chow family yesterday, and they're here for revenge today. They thought you were down there and surrounded the cultivation room that you stole." "Chow family? Humph!" Lin Xian snorted and quickly walked down. In the cultivation room on the 3rd floor, Yu Fei looked miserable. He could not cultivate at all and could only walk around in circles, anxiously. This was because the door of the cultivation room had been mercilessly bombarded. Every time it was hit, it would emit an earth-shattering sound. Under such circumstances, no cultivator could cultivate. Moreover, through the hole in the door, he saw that it was the young man who was beaten up yesterday. It was obvious that the Chow family was here. He could only wait for Lin Xian to come out first. Boom! However, in the next moment, the door of the cultivation room was blasted open. A few martial artists rushed in and surrounded Yu Fei. "It's not that guy." Zhang Tao was stunned. "Why, he's not the arrogant guy you were talking about." An arrogant young man asked coldly. He was wearing a chow-colored robe and was only 15 or 16 years old. He had an arrogant expression and looked down on everyone. "It's not that guy, but he should be that guy's accomplice." Zhang Tao said, "I saw them together yesterday. I think that guy went to another cultivation room. However, we can wait for him here. I'm sure he'll show up." Zhang Tao grinned hideously. "Young Master Chow, why don't we teach this guy a lesson and let him know how powerful you are? First break his limbs, then peel off his flesh piece by piece." Chow Tong said indifferently. He looked very indifferent. It seemed that he had done this many times. A group of people had already gathered outside. When they heard this, they shook their heads and sighed. This guy is really unlucky. He dared to offend the Chow clan. That's right, the Chow clan is one of the most powerful clans in Wind-Seeking City. Didn't these people ask around before? This kid is just an accomplice. I don't know where the main culprit went. Maybe he ran away a long time ago. A group of people discussed in low voices. Inside the training room, two robust martial artists grinned as they walked forward. One of them held a long blue staff, while the other held a long saber. The two of them blocked off Yu Fei's path. "I'll kill you all," Yu Fei shouted angrily, wanting to break out of the encirclement. Boom! Spiritual energy exploded, filling the surroundings with a terrifying aura. He'd consumed a lot of spirit herbs in the Chow clan recently, so his cultivation had reached the half-step exalt realm. Thus, his attack was extremely imposing. However, the two martial artists on the other side were even stronger. The two of them attacked and interrupted Yu Fei's attack. At the same time, they sent him flying with a strike of their staff. Puff! Yu Fei vomited blood and was immediately seriously injured. His entire body swayed uncontrollably. "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your accomplice." "How dare he offend young Master Chow?" Zhang Tao grinned. It's a pity for you. Maybe that kid has already run away and left you as a scapegoat." Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Yu Fei's mouth was full of blood, but he laughed loudly. "Brother Xian will help me pay you back 10 times for the injuries you've inflicted on me. Even if you kill me, Brother Xian will help me take revenge." "Brother Xian, you're courting death. The two of you hurry up and attack. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." Chow Tong shouted coldly. Whoosh! Buzz! Immediately, the two martial artists attacked, and a terrifying attack surged towards Yu Fei. "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Yu Fei shouted angrily, wanting to fight with his life on the line. "Brother Xian, I'll follow you in the next life." Yu Fei's eyes were red and cracked. He wanted to self-destruct his spirit energy and create an explosion to kill everyone. However, in the next moment, a palm landed on his shoulder and immediately suppressed the rampaging spirit energy in his body. Not only that, the aura was extremely cool and quickly healed the injuries in his body. Boom! The energy exploded, terrifying and terrifying, drowning the area in front of him. This is the result of provoking young Master Chow. Zhang Tao looked forward with a sneer. The martial artists outside were also silent. Suddenly, the void fluctuated and the violent energy ball seemed to have been split apart by something, instantly turning into countless fragments. Following that, a gust of wind blew over and blew everything away. Everyone was puzzled and looked over. Even Chow Tong frowned. He did not understand what was going on. He saw a young man in blue standing in front of Yu Fei. He had an extraordinary bearing, but his expression was abnormally cold. "It's you." Zhang Tao's expression changed, and then he laughed sinisterly. "Young Master Chow. He's the brat who stole the cultivation room." "It's him?" Chow Tong's face suddenly darkened, and a thick murderous intent appeared in his eyes. "Brat, you've got guts. You actually dared to steal my cultivation room. Now, kneel down and cripple your arms. Crawl under my pants, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, both of you will experience what it means to live a life worse than death. Recuperate well. I'll avenge you." Lin Xian said to Yu Fei, and then took out a bottle of elixir. "Brother Xian." Yu Fei was excited. He nodded and stood to the side, pouring out the elixir and swallowing it. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Chow Tong and the others in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "Now, cripple your arms and kneel down to my brother. I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll know what it means to live a life worse than death." Lin Xian's voice was not loud, but it clearly spread in all directions. The murderous intent in his voice made many people's hearts tremble, especially the martial artists outside. Their faces were filled with astonishment. This brat is so arrogant. Chow Tong Zhang Tao, and the others laughed as if they had heard the funniest joke. What did he say? He wants me to apologize? Chow Tong's face was full of disdain. Zhang Tao also sneered, his eyes full of sarcasm. Brat, you dare to threaten young Master Chow. No one in Wind-Seeking City can save you. Just wait for your death. The 6 martial artists that Chow Tong brought also sneered. Men, capture the 2 of them. I want to torture them to death bit by bit. Chow Tong was like a little devil. Although he was small, his heart was very vicious. Looks like you guys don't know how to repent. Lin Xian sighed. If that's the case, then die. You're courting death. In front, 2 martial artists sneered and quickly attacked. A big stick pressed down like a heavenly pillar. It was as heavy as 10,000 pounds, pressing down on Lin Xian. On the other hand, a saber light flashed like a purple lightning, quickly slashing towards Lin Xian. When the 2 of them joined forces, their power was comparable to a venerable. Faced with such a terrifying attack, the cultivators outside cried out in shock. However, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Chapter 784. However, countless blood-colored auras gushed out from his surroundings like a sea of blood, surging in the air. Boom! Suddenly, 2 bloody hands reached out from the sea of blood. Like dragons, they instantly shattered the staff and saber radiance in the sky. Then, they quickly enveloped the 2 martial artists. Ah! Miserable cries rang out, causing one's hair to stand on end and their scalps to go numb. In the next moment, the 2 bloody hands let go and retreated into the sea of blood. And at the place where the 2 martial artists originally stood, 2 piles of white bones appeared. There was not a single human figure. Dead. Everyone was shocked and speechless. This method was too terrifying. Zhang Tao was also shocked. He knew that Lin Xian was powerful, so he asked Chow Tong to bring 6 martial artists. Among the 6 martial artists, 4 of them were half-step martial artists, and the other 2 were first-level honorable realm. With such a lineup, they would be safe in Wind-Seeking City. With the Chow family status, no one would dare to provoke them. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to kill the 2 of them in an instant. His method was decisive and ruthless. You dare to kill my men. Chow Tong was furious. As the young master of the Chow family, he had always been the one bullying others. No one dared to bully him, let alone kill his men. Therefore, Chow Tong was furious this time. Kill him for me, he shouted angrily. Only by killing the other party could he calm down. Young master, let me do it, said an old man beside him. He was in a red robe and had little hair. His face was skinny and he looked very old. However, his eyes were extremely bright, like the stars in the sky. Not only that, the old man had a terrifying aura. It was the aura of an honorable realm. The old man in the red robe was a first-level honorable realm and was Chow Tong's bodyguard. Yes, be ruthless and kill him. Chow Tong said, the death of the 2 half-step honorables meant that Lin Xian's strength was far above that of a half-step honorable realm. Therefore, they could only send a real honorable realm expert. They did not feel the aura of an honorable realm expert from Lin Xian, so they thought that Lin Xian was not an honorable realm expert. After receiving the order, the red-robed elder stepped out and coldly said, Aunt, I'll make you kneel in front of the young master and die. He roared angrily and punched out. Boom! It was as if a great earthquake had occurred. The entire cultivation pagoda was shaking. That fist was like a ferocious tiger, firm and powerful. This punch had a tremendous momentum, directly making the weaker martial artists lie flat on the ground. Countless people were horrified, not daring to imagine the power of this fist. Chow Tong, Zhang Tao, and the others had cold smiles on their faces. It was as if they could already see the scene of the other party being beaten up. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. A first-level Venerable Realm cultivator was even worse than an ant in front of him. He still didn't move. The sea of blood behind him churned and condensed into a blood-colored longsword. It was incomparably scarlet and emitted a demonic light. The sword light flashed like a blood-red lightning, instantly striking out. The air split apart as killing intent filled the air, causing everyone to tremble. Puff! The red-robed old man's arm was chopped off, turning into white bones in the air. Then the blood-red sword flashed again and cut off his legs. The red-robed elder's body fell to the ground as if he was kneeling. "You must die kneeling in front of my brother." Lin Xian's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. If he had come a step later, Yu Fei might have died by now. Since the other party was so arrogant and domineering and didn't care about any rules, there was nothing for him to worry about. The blood-red long sword pierced through the red-robed elder's body and pierced his heart, taking away all his vitality and blood. The red-robed elder's body trembled, and his face was filled with fear. He regretted it now. Why didn't he see the other party's strength clearly? Why did he force himself to stand up? However, he didn't have the chance to regret it. Under the effect of the blood-red longsword, he turned into a pool of blood. "What?" Zhang Tao screamed with a face full of fear. Chow Tong's expression also changed drastically, and he was stunned on the spot. His personal bodyguard, the red-robed elder, was a venerable, yet he was killed in one move. This was probably even more fantastical than a dream. They were not the only ones. Everyone was stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible! This was absolutely impossible. Chow Tong screamed with a terrified expression. You dare to kill him! You're dead meat." Zhang Tao's face was also filled with fear, and his body kept trembling. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. They definitely couldn't let such an enemy live. However, the other elder didn't think so. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Young master, I think there's been a misunderstanding. We were wrong this time. I'll compensate you with 100,000 spirit stones and won't pursue the matter of you killing him. Let's just let this matter pass. How about that?" He naturally didn't say that to reconcile, but to leave this place as soon as possible. The other party was too terrifying. If they stayed here, they would be in great danger. His responsibility was to protect the young master, so he had to give in at this critical moment. Hearing that, Chow Tong's heart pounded wildly. He didn't want to stay here any longer. The purple-robed elder took a deep breath and threw out a storage ring. Ding-dang! Lin Xian didn't move at all. The storage ring fell to the ground. "You brought people to kill us, but now that you realize that you can't kill us, you want to leave. Let me ask you, is there such a simple thing in the world?" Lin Xian sneered. "I'll give you 1,000,000 spirit stones to kill you once. I'll stop regardless of whether I succeed or not. How about that?" Seeing the other party's expression, he sneered. "Since you know that it's impossible, you should know how I feel. Today, none of you will be able to leave. Those who bully my brother die." Hearing that, everyone's hearts pounded wildly. This young man was so domineering. Although his logic was right, he was the first person who dared to face the Chow family like that. Chow Tong and the others had ugly expressions and were trembling. Lin Xian had killed a first-rank honorable realm in one move, which meant that his strength was extremely terrifying. He definitely surpassed a first-rank honorable realm. The most powerful martial artist here was the purple-robed elder, who was much stronger than the red-robed elder. However, he had no confidence in defeating Lin Xian. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the purple-robed elder's face darkened. He snorted coldly, and his attitude became firm again. "This is Wind-Seeking City, and the Chow family is a powerful force in Wind-Seeking City. You better think about the consequences if you take action here. Although you feel good now, I'm afraid that there will be no place for you in the city. At that time, you will end up in a worse state. Young man, don't do anything wrong." Hearing that, Lin Xian smirked and said coldly, "You still dare to threaten me?" "I've said that if you cripple your arms and kneel before my brother and apologize, I'll give you a quick death. Unfortunately, you have no choice. Don't blame me." Lin Xian said coldly, and the aura on his body became stronger. Boom! The elder opposite him suddenly exploded, and a goshawk appeared behind him. It emitted a purple light like a ferocious beast. It spread its wings and filled the entire space. A strong and violent force shrouded the area. Swoosh! Without saying a word, the goshawk quickly pounced on Lin Xian. Chapter 785. The purple goshawk was the purple-clothed old man's martial soul. It was powerful and sharp like an ancient ferocious beast as it pounced towards Lin Xian. He had used all his strength in this attack. His goal was to catch Lin Xian off guard and kill him quickly. A purple afterimage floated past and arrived before Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and a wisp of disdain appeared on his lips. Martial soul. The sea of blood behind him floated and formed a blood-colored giant that stood tall and roared furiously at the sky. His body was like a mountain, and his muscles were like dragons. A pair of huge hands reached out and instantly grabbed the purple goshawk. Swoosh! The purple goshawk screeched, and purple chi surged on its body like demonic clouds. It emitted a terrifying force, but it couldn't escape at all. Spurt! The blood-colored giant tore the purple goshawk into two. Behind him, the purple-clothed old man trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. He hadn't expected the young man before him to be so terrifying. His full-strength attack was actually useless. It seemed like the Chao clan had caused a huge problem this time. If they couldn't deal with it properly, they would probably be in great danger. He was filled with regret when he thought of this. Chao Tong's face was filled with terror when he saw the purple-clothed old man fail. He said hatefully, "You're finished. How dare you hurt my guard? When I return home, I'll personally lead experts to kill you. Do you think I'll let you go?" Lin Xian sneered. "What? You dare to touch me?" Chao Tong screamed. "The Chao clan will tear you into pieces if you dare to touch me." The purple-clothed old man stood up with difficulty and stood in front of Chao Tong with a vigilant expression. "You'll have to go through me if you want to touch the young master." Spurt! Before he could finish speaking, a blood-colored sword chi shot out and pierced a hole in him. In an instant, the purple-clothed old man turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. Ah! The remaining cultivators cried out in terror and ran in all directions. Spurt! Spurt! The sea of blood surged and transformed into countless blood-colored pythons that killed the remaining 2 half-step Exalt Realm cultivators. Then, Lin Xian's gaze turned and stared at Zhang Tao. "You were the one who found these people, weren't you?" Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "If it weren't for you, these people wouldn't have died so quickly." "No, don't kill me." Zhang Tao was so scared that he peed his pants. He knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. "I beg you, please let me go. I'll do anything you want. Anything." Lin Xian smiled. Hearing this, Zhang Tao became spirited. He hurriedly raised his head and said quickly, "Yes, I'll do anything as long as you let me go." This was his only chance to survive, and he didn't want to let it go. Even if he had to cripple his own arms, he would accept it. "All right then, kill him, and I'll let you go." Lin Xian pointed at Chao Tong and said indifferently, "What?" Zhang Tao was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to make such a request. The martial artists outside were even more shocked. They had never imagined that this youth in front of them would actually want to kill a Chao family disciple. Was he not afraid of the Chao family's revenge? Chao Tong's expression became very ugly. He quickly retreated and stared at Lin Xian, his eyes full of viciousness. "If you dare to kill me, you'll die a horrible death." Zhang Tao also had a look of hesitation, standing there in a daze. This problem was too difficult for him. If he didn't make a move, Lin Xian would probably kill him immediately. On this point he did not doubt at all, because the previous battle let him know that this youth in front of him was absolutely a decisive person. However, if he killed Chao Tong, then there would be no place for him in Wind-Seeking City. It might not even be long before he would be captured by the Chao family. At that time, his outcome would be even worse. Whether he made a move or not, he would die either way. Why? Don't dare? Lin Xian smiled coldly. This is your last chance to live. Zhang Tao's expression flickered. He clenched his fists and finally raised his head abruptly. Is what you said true? You'll really let me go? Of course, as long as you dare to make a move, Lin Xian said indifferently. Okay. Zhang Tao stood up, pulled out a sharp dagger, and looked at Chao Tong. If he didn't kill him, he would die immediately. If he killed him, he would still have a chance to escape. After weighing the two options, Zhang Tao decided to take a risk. He planned to kill Chao Tong and leave Wind-Seeking City immediately, never to return in this lifetime. Seeing Zhang Tao's decision, Chao Tong's expression turned ugly. He screamed, Zhang Tao, if you dare to make a move on me, you're dead! You dog! The Chao family won't let you go. Kiki, I've long found you an eyesore. If you weren't the young master of the Chao family, I wouldn't have bothered with you. You're just a kid. How dare you order me around? Go to hell. Since he had decided to kill, Zhang Tao simply went crazy. He laughed sinisterly and pounced on Chao Tong. The dagger in his hand bloomed with a terrifying light. Chao Tong was so scared that his face turned pale. He was just a young man. His cultivation was not strong at all. Usually, he relied on his family status to bully others. Now his bodyguard was dead. He had no way to resist at all. The crowd was also terrified. They did not expect things to develop to this stage. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed. It was like a blue ice thread, instantly piercing into the back of Zhang Tao's head. Buzz! Zhang Tao died in an instant. His body quickly froze and turned into an ice sculpture. At this moment, Zhang Tao was less than a foot away from Chao Tong. He would have succeeded if he was a step late. Seeing Zhang Tao dead, Chao Tong heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with hostility. He raised his hand and slammed it on the ice sculpture, shattering it. Ka! The human-shaped ice sculpture shattered into pieces. Zhang Tao's body also shattered into countless pieces. The crowd gasped and retreated, looking at the cultivation room in horror. At this moment, a figure appeared in the cultivation room and stood in the middle. It was a tall woman in a blue dress. She was extremely sexy. She was holding a frost flower in her hand and looked coldly at Lin Xian. You can't touch the people of the Chao family. Her voice was cold, like an icy wind blowing, causing people to shiver. You're from the Chao family? Lin Xian looked at the figure in front of him and frowned. Isn't it important? You've killed enough people. It's time to stop. The woman shook her head slightly. Sister Lingsu, kill him. You must kill him. When Chao Tong saw the woman, he became excited again and became extremely arrogant. He killed my servant and wants my life. I must kill him. Sister Lingsu, you crippled his martial arts. I want to treat him like a dog and keep him by my side. I want him to suffer inhumane torture every day. Chao Tong said viciously, gritting his teeth. You heard it too. Do you think I'll let him go? Lin Xian's face was cold, and there was a strong murderous aura around him. He's just a child who doesn't know any better. Why don't you stop now? The woman in the blue dress said. You can vent your anger and save your life. This is the wise choice. However, the ice-cold aura on her face became even more serious. It was as if she had turned into an iceberg that could freeze everything at any time. Chapter 786. Although she did not say it explicitly, the warning in her words was obvious. If it were anyone else, they would have stopped. After all, the woman in front of them was very powerful. Her aura was far stronger than the two old men from before. However, The person they offended this time was Lin Xian, so things would not end so easily. What if I say no? Lin Xian said indifferently. He was not afraid of the woman in blue. That's a good suggestion. Since you don't want to listen, don't blame me for making a move. The woman in blue's face darkened, and her aura overflowed. Suddenly, snowflakes floated in the air. The entire cultivation room seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow, as expected of an expert from the Lung family. Her aura is indeed powerful. It seems that Qiao Tong's life is saved with Lung Su around. Outside, the crowd was discussing. I'll give you one more chance. Leave now, and you'll have a chance to live. Lung Su's voice was cold. You didn't make a move because you're not confident. You can't see my cultivation, and you don't know what realm I'm in. Am I right? Lin Xian sneered. Otherwise, with your domineering personality, you would have made a move long ago. Since you don't dare to make a move, why do you have to be so dignified? How pathetic! There's one more thing. If I want to kill someone, even the gods can't stop me. You're too arrogant. It's easy for me to kill you. Lung Su's face darkened, and she quickly made a move. With a wave of her palm, a terrifying cold aura surged, turning into endless ice and frost. Boom! The ice crystal palm was like an ice mountain, quickly grabbing forward and enveloping Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and took a step forward. Suddenly, his aura changed drastically. Endless, blood-red sword qi surged, and a monstrous killing intent surged out, sweeping in all directions as if it was going to tear the sky apart. The killing intent was so dense that it formed into a killing sword that swept in all directions. Boom! 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 Countless sword qi slashed on the ice crystal palm, shattering it. Even more killing intent surged to the back and enveloped Qiao Tong. No! You dare to touch me? Sister Ling Su, save me! Qiao Tong roared with unwillingness and fear. In an instant, he was pierced by countless strands of killing intent. You're courting death. Lung Su's expression changed. She waved her jade-like hands, shooting out numerous ice crystals in an attempt to save Qiao Tong. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian's murderous aura. Originally, Lin Xian possessed the slaughter sword, and his killing intent was already very strong. Now that he had obtained Qiao's inheritance, the slaughter blood sword, even a second-rank honorable would not be able to withstand that terrifying killing intent, let alone Qiao Tong. In an instant, Qiao Tong's heart was pierced by 10,000 swords, nailing him to the wall. He was deader than dead. This vicious youth had finally paid the price for his arrogant and vicious actions. If you kill him, you'll die too. Lung Su's beautiful face turned incomparably cold. She didn't expect the other party to be so decisive and ruthless, directly ignoring her and the Qiao clan's threat. This kind of person could not be allowed to live. Scram, don't force me to make a move. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his eyes surging with killing intent. Humph! I'll kill you today and bring you back to the Qiao clan as a sacrifice to Qiao Tong. Lung Su had no intention of retreating. Looks like you're also a dog of the Qiao clan. Since that's the case, stay here. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his body surging with murderous aura. It was monstrous, like a sea of blood, directly shattering the void. Slash! A blood-red sword slashed down from the sky, sharp to the extreme. Even a second-rank honorable would die from this attack. Lung Su was not a second-rank honorable, so she couldn't withstand such a terrifying attack. Finally, a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. The youth in front of her was too strong, far from someone she could fight against. Go! Without hesitation, she turned into a cold ray of light and quickly rushed out. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Lin Xian sneered and slashed down with the blood-red sword in his hand. Poof! Blood splattered, and Lung Su was cut in half. The crowd was stunned. dumbfounded as they looked at the corpse on the ground, trembling. This was too shocking, too terrifying. He killed without hesitation, not showing any mercy to such a beautiful woman. After today, the Chao clan and the Lung clan would be completely enraged. Since their disciples were killed here, the Chao clan and the Lung clan, as the major forces in the city, would definitely not let the matter rest. Since this youth was so strong, his identity must be extraordinary. If they didn't handle this well, there would be a huge battle. It seemed like the eve of the Wanxiang auction was full of troubles. After keeping the storage rings of these people, Lin Xian left with Yu Fei. Brother Xian, we've killed so many people. I'm afraid they won't let this go, right? Yu Fei said worriedly. After all, the other party was from a major clan, and they had great influence here. It's fine. Find a place to recuperate for the next few days. I'll go out and take a look. Lin Xian said, I've learned the heaven-changing technique. No one below the 5th rank honorable realm can see through my disguise. It was because of this magical technique that Lin Xian had nothing to worry about. After killing people, he could change his appearance and aura, and the other party wouldn't be able to find him. Lin Xian used the items in the storage rings of those people and paid a high price to find a safe place in the city. The two of them stayed there temporarily. However, the atmosphere on the other side was completely different. After the Chao clan learned that Chao Tong had been killed, they were in an uproar. They roared madly and searched everywhere for the culprit. Someone dared to kill people in the city, and a member of the Wang clan. This was a blatant provocation. Even the other major clans in the city didn't dare to do so, but a kid who came out of nowhere dared to challenge the Wang clan. He was courting death. Soon, the Wang clan gave the order to search the entire city. On the other side, the Lung clan also gave the order to capture the culprit. Immediately, the entire wind-seeking city was in a state of chaos, and everyone was in danger. Meanwhile, the person involved, Lin Xian, was resting in a quiet courtyard. After learning about the Wang clan and the Lung clan, he sneered and ignored them. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't find this place. Moreover, even if they found him, he was confident that he could leave. He still had many trump cards in his hand, so he wasn't afraid of the Wang clan. The Wang clan and the Lung clan searched for the culprit, but they couldn't find him. They were furious, but they didn't give up. Instead, they offered attractive conditions and put out wanted posters in the city. 10 million spiritual stones for the culprit. Immediately, many martial artists were tempted and started to take action. However, Lin Xian seemed to have disappeared and no one could find him. After 3 days, Lin Xian would definitely go out and take a look. He let Yu Fei stay here to recuperate and set up a defensive array. Then he used the heaven-changing technique and turned into a young scholar. With a smile, Lin Xian appeared in the wind-seeking city again. The wind-seeking city was even more lively now, and more martial artists were gathering here. Some experts and geniuses also appeared frequently, all for the Wanxiang auction. Lin Xian was wearing a white robe. His face was handsome, and he held a folding fan in his hand. He looked like a handsome scholar as he walked toward the bustling city.